Hello everyone, welcome to WebDev Warrior. In today's video, we're going to build a MERN stack financial institutions review platform from scratch. We are going to implement both the front end and back end in this project. For the back end, we are going to use Node.js, Express.js, MongoDB, and a lot of other hot backend technologies. And for the front end, we're going to use Next.js 15, TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, and all the cool front-end technologies. So first, let me show you a demo of this web applications. So here you can see we have this simple landing page with this text, then a share your story and browse reviews. At the top, we have logo, some nav links, a want to know button, and a sign up button. So here, first let's go to the share story. And in the share story, you can see the nav links are highlighted. And here we have a form that we can submit our story about the financial company. So let's say we want to add a negative preview or positive preview. Let's say a positive preview. And then we need to select a company. So here I add all my countries financial and banking related company here. If you want, you can use your own country's companies here. You can use different types of company here if you want. So here it's advanced search. Here you can see we have this drop down and you can also search here. So for example, if I search, it will narrow down the search result. So let's say we are going to give a review to this bank. We're going to select this and then you can share this anonymously. In the anonymous post, you do not need to provide your name. So if you click here, you can see you do not need to provide your name here. But if you don't want to post anonymously, you need to provide your name. So let's say I add my name here and then you can select the user type. So if you are a customer, if you are a bank business customer, if you are a bank employee, if you are a formal employee, if you are an investor, so you can select from here. Let's use individual customer, then your story in one line, your story title. Let's say my story title is the bank service is good, and then here you need to describe your experience, your story. So for example, let's say the bank system is good, and then we have this button. So if I click here and the story is submitted and we are redirected to this review page, and here you can see the review page is highlighted and here we have all the reviews. So here you can see the review card looks amazing. We have different types of review card and we have negative review, positive review, neutral review, all of this. So here you can filter out this review. So for example, you can filter out by the vibe. If you want to see all the positive review, you just need to select this and now you can see here all are the positive review. If you want to see the negative review, here you can see this is the negative review. So let's select it to all. So these are the all reviews, and we also implemented the pagination here, which is a very important feature for a full stack project. Here you can see we have two pages. So let's go to the second pages, and here you can see this is the second page and we don't have any review left. That's why we only have this two page. Now let's go to the first page. You can search review by company name, let's say, and here we implement debouncing. It's an advanced concept here where we don't send request for every character we type. So after we type some character, then after some delay, the request will be sent, and it's an efficient way to handle the API request. And same goes for here. You can search for review title. So let's say the bank. You can see after I complete the typing and after some delay, the API request hit the backend and the data is fetched. So here we have this one review card, and Let's remove this. You can filter out through the newest or oldest. So these are the oldest. So let's go to the newest. So these are the review page, and here we have a button. If you click here, it will redirect you to the shared story page. Then we have this companies page. Here we have the company statistics. So we have total 87 company. We have total 9 reviews, and the average complaint rate is 33.33%. And then we have this company card and the total review, the complaint rate, and here we have the positive, neutral, and negative review and the ratio here. So this one is the negative review, and these are not reviewed, and this one is the neutral. That's why the positive ratio is 0. And here you can see this bank have 2 positive review, that's why the positive ratio is 10. Here we also implement the pagination. You can go to the next page and you can see how smooth and good it is. And in this page we also implemented some filtering. You can search by name, so we don't find any name here. So there's so in the third page we don't have this name, so let's go to the previous page. And in the first page we have this bank, so we can search by company name from here. We can also filter out through this complaint rate, so for the less complaint rate, or we can filter it through the high complaint rate. We can also filter out through the total review. So the total review, highest total review, this one is the 2, that's why we have this one first. And if we want the less review, then this is the 0, 0. So we can filter out through both of these. And then if you click here any of this to see the details, so let's click here to view details. It will go to the detail page. So you can see this is the detail page, and you can see the design looks professional and amazing. Here you can see the key performance metrics, the bank name, the key performance metrics. So here the total review is 1, the positive review is 0, the neutral review 0, the negative review is 1, and the complaint rate analysis. So here it's 100%, and here we have some message that needs improvement, performance rating. And here we have a range that the industry average is 25 to 35% complaint rate, excellent if it is less than 20%, good if it is 20 to 30, and fair if it is 30 to 40%. And then we have this positive review, neutral review, and negative review ratio, or you can say the percentage. And here we have the review of this bank. So this bank have this one review. So let's go back to the company. If I go to another one, so let's say this one, its complaint rate is 0%. So let's go to the details, and here you can see the total review is 2, positive review 2, neutral review 0, negative review, and it's 0% complaint rate, and it's showing the message that it's excellent performance. And we have all of this and the review. Another thing that is our project is fully mobile responsive. So if I show you, if I inspect and if I select a mobile device, you can see in mobile device it fit perfectly. We have a sidebar for our menu. So if I go to the share story, you can see the share story section is also mobile responsive. Let's go to the reviews. The reviews is also mobile responsive. And let's say go to the companies. The company section is also responsive. You can see it fit perfectly with the viewport. And if I click here to view details, you can see the details page is also mobile responsive. So our project is fully mobile responsive. So this is the overall project that we are going to build in this project. And we are not going to implement the authentication here. If you want, I have a dedicated video of MERN stack advanced authentication. I will add this video link in the description. If you want, you can watch this video and implement the authentication in this project if you want. So in this project, I'm going to teach you both the front end and backend. In the backend, I'm going to teach you how you can structure your backend project, how you can set up your backend project, how you can handle error in backend, how you can create API, how you can create controller function, how you can create routes, and how you can handle security and all of this stuff. And in the front end, I'm going to teach you how you can structure your front end project, how you can create reusable component, how you can send request to your backend to get data, to post data, how you can connect your front end and backend, and all of this. And finally, I'm going to teach you how you can deploy your full stack project in live server. It is very important because a lot of people have some issues with the deployment. They face some errors when they deploy their project in the live server, like the course error and other error. So in this video, I am going to teach you how you can properly deploy a full stack project in live server without any error. So there is a lot of things that you are going to learn from this project. So I encourage you to watch the full tutorial. And the source code of this project will be given in the description, and the starter file will be also given in the description. And if you have any question related to this project, you can ask me in the comment section. So without wasting our time, let's start building this amazing full stack project. Now we're going to start our project. So first I'm going to create a folder inside my PC, and I'm going to name it bank YT, and then I'm going to open this with Visual Studio Code, and here I'm going to create two folders. One is front end and then another one is backend. So first we're going to start working on our backend. So in the backend, I'm going to create a server.js for our server related code and the app.js for our app related code. Now I'm going to open our terminal, and here I'm going to cd to our backend, and then first I'm going to use npm init to initialize npm here and hit enter. And for the package name, let's say bank review system, then hit enter. Description, let's say bank review system application using MERN, then hit enter. Author, let's add my name here, and that's it. So now we have a package.json here. So here we need to change something. For the start command, we need to use nodemon server.js. So if you don't have nodemon, you can install nodemon globally, or you can install this here using npm I nodemon. So I add this nodemon server.js. So the server.js will be our main file. Then we need to install some packages. So let me copy all the packages name here. So I'm going to paste it here. So we are going to use npm install. We are going to install course. So course is to connect the front end and back end. Then we have .n. This is for the environment variable. Then we have express because we are going to use Express.js. Then this express Mongoose sanitize is for the security. Same goes for the express rate limit. This will limit the rate of request. Then we have helmet. This is for the security. Then we are going to use Mongoose. That's why we are installing Mongoose. And this Morgan is just for log some information. So now I'm going to hit enter to install all of these packages. The installation is completed. Now if I go to the server.js, And if I use a console log, something like hi from backend, and now we can start the backend server using npm start, and this will use the nodemon server.js. And if I save, here you can see we have the hi from backend. So our backend is working. Now I'm going to remove this, we do not need it. So first let's go to the app.js, and here I'm going to first import Express, and I'm going to use require Express, and then I'm going to use const app, and we're going to initialize a app using this Express, and we're going to call this. So then we are going to use module dot exports, not children, exports, and we're going to export this app from here. That's it. Now in the server we're going to first import Mongoose, and let's require this from Mongoose. We need Mongoose to connect our database. And now let's configure our environment variable, because we will need to add a lot of security variables in our environment variable, like the database information, like connection string, database password, and all of this. So here I'm going to create a config dot env, and here first I'm going to use node env, and the node environment is develop. When we deploy this, we will change this to production. Now let's go to the server.js, and here at the top we are going to import .env. We already installed this package, so let's require, and then .env. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use .env dot config, and then we need to pass the object, and here we need to pass the path of this config file. So I'm going to use /config.env. So this is our configuration file for config, and then we're going to import our app. We need to do this before, so we need to add this line before importing the app, so that it will be in the global, so the app will also have the access to this environment variable. So let's require /app. So we're going to importing the app here, and then we're going to create a server using app.listen, and here what I'm going to do is in the configuration file I'm going to use another one, which is port. So the port will be 8000. That's it. Then let's go to the server.js, and here I'm going to define a variable port. So this one will be process.n dot port. So let's console log the port. Here you can see we get the 8000. That means the configuration file for the environment variable is working properly. Now we are going to listen, and then we are going to pass the port, and then a callback function, and here we are going to console log. We are going to use the template literal. So app running on port, and then the port. That's it. So now if I hit save, Now you can see app running on port 8000. That means our application is running on 8000. We need to go to the local host 8000 to access this. Now we're going to connect our database. For the database, we're going to use MongoDB. So first I'm going to open my browser and I'm going to go to the MongoDB and then the MongoDB Atlas database. If you don't have any account, you need to create one and it's free. So I'm going to open the Atlas database and then I'm going to click here to sign in. And here I need to log in. So I'm going to click here to log in the MongoDB database. Now I am in the MongoDB Atlas database dashboard. Now I'm going to click here. Then I'm going to click here to create a new project. And I'm going to give the project name Bank YT. Then click here to next. Then click here to create project. Then click here to create a cluster. And we're going to use this free version. Then click here to create deployment. Now we need to create a user. So let's add a username. Let's say my name. And then a password. I'm going to use this one. And now what I'm going to do is in the environment variable, I'm going to create a db username and a db password. So we're going to save both of these. So the username is my name and then this is the password. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. That's it. So let's convert this in string format. That's it. Now I'm going to click here to create database user and then click here to choose a connection method. And I think we need to set up our firewall access. So we are going to use this allow access from anywhere. So add this. Now click here to choose a connection method. We are going to use nodejs. So click here and now we have this connection string. So I'm going to copy this from here and then I'm going to create a db URL and I'm going to paste it. And here we're going to change this to password. And after this .NET slash we're going to use this bank review name. That's it. So this is a database URL. Now let's go here and click here to done. And then let's go to the network access and click here to add IP and let's use to add this current IP address. So it's active now. So let's go to the cluster and now let's go to our code and then go to the server.js and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to first create a db and I'm going to use process dot in dot db URL and we're going to replace what we're going to replace. If I show you, we're going to replace this password with actual password. So we are going to replace this password with our actual password. So we're going to use process.end.db password. That's it. So now if I console log my db, you will see we have the connection string with the actual password. So that's it. Next, we're going to use mongoose dot connect, and we're going to pass our database string, and dot then we will use a callback function to console log and we're going to use db connection successful. That's it. And then we're going to catch any error if happens. Then we will get the error and we're going to console log the error. That's it. So now here you can see our app running on port 8000 and our database connection successful. That means we successfully connected our database, MongoDB database in our project. Awesome. Our database connection is completed. Next, we're going to create some folder. So we need to create a model folder, then controller, then routes, then we need a utils, and we need a seed. So these are the folders we need in future. We are going to use this folder in the future. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some security middleware in our app.js. So let's go to the app.js, and here we are going to import. So we're going to import helmet. So require helmet, then we are going to import course. So require course. That's it. Then we are going to import Morgan. So require Morgan. Then the rate limit. So require rate limit, express rate limit. Then we need Mongo sanitize. So we're going to require express Mongo sanitize. That's it. Now here first we're going to use app.use, and this is a middleware. We're going to use helmet. Middleware is the function that runs at the middle of the request and response cycle. So before the request reach the response, the middleware runs. And then after the helmet, we're going to use the app.use, and here inside this we're going to use course, and we're going to pass an object. And it's very important, the course is very important, because most of the time we will get errors because of this course. So in the course we need to define the front end URL. So here we're going to use origin, and we're going to use an array, and first, and here we need to use our front end URL. So in the local, we will use localhost 3000 as our front end. That's why I'm going to use http://localhost 3000. And when we deploy our project, we will add another URL here inside this array, the deployed frontend URL. So for now, I'm not going to add this, because when we deploy our project and we will have a frontend URL, then we're going to add this URL here. And then we are going to use a credential to true. That's it. Next, we're going to create a limiter, and we're going to use rate limit, and we're going to pass the window ms. This one will be 16 into 1000. So it's defined the 1 hour. It defines 1 hour. Then the maximum request from one IP will be, let's say, 10,000. And then after that, we will send a message, and the message will be too many requests from this IP. And then please try again in an hour. So this is security measurement. Then we are going to use standard headers to true, and then legacy headers to false. That's it. And then we'll use app.use/API. So when we hit the API routes, we're going to add this limiter. That's it. So this defines that all the routes that have API. That's it. Next, we're going to check if the process dot end dot node end, if it is development, then we're going to use Morgan dev. That's it. So this will show us some information when we hit the API. That's it. Then we're going to use app.use and then express.json. So this is for the data that we are going to receive from our frontend. That's why we need to use this express.json. And here we will use a limit, and the limit will be 10 KB. So we maximum receive 10 KB from our frontend. So that's it. Then we will use Mongo sanitize to sanitize our data. So we're going to use app.use request response and next. And here we're going to use Mongo sanitize dot sanitize, and we're going to pass our rec dot body. In the rec dot body we have the data that is coming from our frontend, and that's the data we want to sanitize. We're going to also sanitize the request dot params. Then we're going to use query copy, and we will also need to sanitize the query data. So that's a rec dot query. So we are copying the query in the query copy, and then Mongo sanitize dot sanitize, and we're going to pass the query copy, and then rec dot query sanitize equal to query copy, and then we're going to call our next Middleware. That's, and I will add all of this in the starter file. You can just copy this to your project. It's nothing that important. I mean, it's important for the security purposes, but you don't have to understand all of this. You can just copy it to all of your project. So this is our sanitized data. And then now I'm going to create a API. So app.get. So when we hit slash, we're going to use rec res, and that means we are passing a callback function. We are receiving a request and response, and here we are going to send a response. So res.status, the status code will be 200 for success. .json, we're going to send a JSON file. The status will be success, and message will be just for testing. Now if I hit save, and now if I go to a browser, and if I go to localhost 8000 and hit enter, now you can see status is success and message is just for testing. That means we successfully send data, successfully create a API. So when we hit this route, we'll get this data. Awesome. So this is our security setup. Now we are going to create a error handling mechanism in our backend. So first what I'm going to do is, when we write controller function, because this is an asynchronous function, we need to use try catch a lot of time. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a function that will handle the try catch, and we do not need to use try catch block in our controller. So what I'm going to do is, in the utils, I'm going to create a file called catchesing.js, and here what we need to do is, we are going to export a function. This will receive a function as an argument, and here we are going to return request response and next, and we will call the function with request response and next, and then we are going to catch an error, and we will call our next. So this is it. This is the catch chasing function that will handle our try catch block in the controller. That's it. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a app error classes. So I'm going to use app error.js, and here I'm going to create a class of app error that extends the global error class, and here the constructor we will receive message and status code, and we need to call the super with the message because the global error class need this message, and then this dot status code will be the status code, and then this dot status and we are going to check. So first we are going to convert our status code as a string, so status code, and then we are going to check if it is starts with 4, that means if it is 401, 402, 403, then we are going to use fail, otherwise we will use error as our status. That's it. Then we are going to use error dot capture stack trace, and we are going to pass this and then this dot constructor. So this will give us the stack of where the error happens. That's it. Then I'm going to export this, so module dot exports, and I'm going to use this app error. So that's it. This is our app error class. Next we are going to create a error controller. So let's go to the controller, and here I'm going to create a file called error controller.js, and here we're going to export module.exports. Here we will get error, request, response, and next, and then we'll get the error dot status code. We'll get this from error dot status code, otherwise we will use 500. Then for the error dot status we will get this from error dot status, otherwise we are going to use error. Then we are going to send a response, so res dot status, and for the status code we are going to use error dot status code, and then dot json, and for the status we are going to use error dot status, then for the message we are going to use error dot message, then we are going to send the total error, then the stack will be error dot stack. That's it. So this is our error controller. This will handle our global error. Now what we need to do is let's go to the app.js, and here at the top I'm going to import the const global error handler, and we're going to require this from dot slash controller slash error controller. Now let's go to the bottom, and here first we're going to use app.use, and here we're going to use request, response, and next, and here we're going to call next because we're adding this at the bottom. That means none of the URL matches our defined one. That means the API that user hit is not available, they are not defined. That's why we are using an error here. So we're going to use next, then we're going to use new app error class that we created, and here we're going to pass the message. So can't find, and then we're going to use rec dot original URL, the URL that the user hit on this server. That means the URL is not available in this server, and then we need to pass a code. So for this one we are going to use 404. That's it. Then we are going to use app.use in our global error handler. That's it. So this is our global error handler. Next, let's go to the server, and at the top after the dot end we're going to use process dot on, and we're going to listen for uncaught exception. So this is the type of error, and we will get the error, and then we're going to console log that uncaught exception shutting down. We'll console log this, and then we're going to also console log the error dot name and error dot message, and then we are going to close our server using this process dot exit 1. That's it. Now I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to come to the bottom. So this will handle the uncaught exception error, and at the bottom one we will handle our unhandled rejection, and here we will get the error. We will console log unhandled rejection shutting down. That's it. So we'll also handle our unhandled rejection and uncaught rejection, and we will stop the terminal. So this is it for our error handling in our backend. Now we're going to implement the company functionalities. So for that, first I'm going to create a model. So inside my model, I'm going to create a company model.js, and here first import Mongoose require Mongoose. Then we're going to create a company schema, and we're going to use new Mongoose dot schema, and then our company will have a name, and the name will be a type of string. Then it's required, so required will be true, then the unique will be true, and we're going to use stream to remove any unnecessary white space. So this one will be true. Then we'll have a positive count. So this one will be the total number of positive review this company will get. This one will be a type of number, and default will be 0. Then we will have a negative count. For the negative count, the type will be number, and the default will be 0. Then we'll have a neutral count. For the neutral count, the type number and default 0. Then we have a total reviews. The total review will be same type number and default will be 0. And then we're going to add all the review that this company will get, and we'll add a reference to that review and store that in the company information. So here we will have the reviews, and this one will be a type mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id, and the reference will be story. So we don't have the story now, but we're going to add story models later. Then after the review, here we will add a timestamps and make it true. So this one will be here. That's it. So this is our company model, company schema. Here what I'm going to do is I'm going to use module dot exports and mongoose dot model, and we are going to use company, and then the company model, company schema. So that's it. So this is our company model. Next, we're going to create a controller. So in the controller, I'm going to create a company controller.js. So this is the controller function. So here first I'm going to export a get all companies function, and here we are going to use our catch async so that we do not need to use the try catch block, and here we'll use our async function, and we will get request response and next, and inside this we'll get our companies. We will await. So we need to import the company model. So const company require dot slash dot slash model slash company model, and here we're going to use our company dot find. We're going to find all, and we're going to sort this using name one. So that's it. So this will give us all the company. Then we're going to use our res dot status, and the status will be 200 dot json, and we'll pass a status of success, then a results of company dot length, then the data will be companies. So that's it. This is our get all companies controller. Now this is just a function. We need to create the route. So the route is like a URL. So for example, let's say when we go to the localhost 8000 slash API slash v1 slash company slash all. So this, when we hit this URL, we will run this function and we'll get the data. So that's why we need route. So what I'm going to do is, in the route, I'm going to create a company route dot js. That's it. And here first I'm going to import the express. So require express, and then router, we're going to use express dot router, and we're going to call this, and then we're going to use router, and we're going to use this get method. So when we hit slash all, we will call our get all companies, and then I'm going to use module dot export, and I'm going to export the route. Now let's go to the app.js, and at the top I'm going to import const company router will be require dot slash route slash company route. Now let's go down here. So here we have a error that true is not defined. So let's go to the routes. So here we use TRU in some places. I think it's in the model. So if I go to the here in the timestamp, this one will be true. That's it. Now let's go to the app.js, and here after this sanitize, we are going to use app.eos, and then we're going to use slash API slash v1 slash companies, and then add this company router. That's it. So what is done is that this part will be common to all the company routes. So if I explain that we already have localhost 8000, then we add this part. So this will be added here, And then if I go to the company routes, and here you can see we add this all slash all, so this will add it here, so this will be added here. So this part is common for all the routes that we created in our company routes, and this part will be different in the company routes. So that's why we use app.use, and this one is the common part. So that's it. This is our company routes, and this is our controller. So get all companies controller. So now what you can do is you can check this API in Postman. So if I go to the Postman, if you don't have Postman, you can download it for free. So let's go to the Postman, and here let's remove all of this. And if I go to the localhost 8000 slash b1 slash companies slash all, and this one will be get request. Now if I click here to send, so here we have an error that res is not defined, and it's happened in the company controller. So let's go here. So here we have an error that this one will not be resized by, this one will be res, that means the response. So now if I hit save, and now if I click here to send, now here you can see the status is success, result is 0, and we currently don't have any companies. So if you want, you can save this, but I'm not going to save it here. So I'm going to minimize this. Next, what I'm going to do is in the seed, I'm going to create a company seed.js. So this function will add all the company data to our database at the same time. That means we do not need to manually add our company one by one. So here what I'm going to do is first I'm going to import Mongoose. So require Mongoose. Then I'm going to import .env, and let's use require .env. Then we need the company, so require // model / company model. Next we're going to use .env .config, and here we need to provide the path, and the path will be // in config.env. Next we need to connect our database. So I'm going to open my server.js, and I'm going to copy this code from here, and then in the seed I'm going to paste it here. So this will connect our database. Next we need the list of the company. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the company list here. If you want, you can make your own company list. Now I'm going to paste the company list here. So this is the company list. So here this is the constant with an array with the name of the company. If you want, you can use this. I will add this to the starter file, or you can use your own. You can only use 4 or 5 company if you want for testing. So it's up to you. So this is the bank list. Next, what I need to do is I'm going to create a add companies function which will be an async function, and inside this we're going to use try catch, and here in the try block we're going to await company dot delete many. So before we add any company, we're going to delete everything that already existed, because we are going to updating the list here. We are not going to add manually. This is the initial process when you initially add all the bank. So at that time you don't want any other company to exist in your database. So that's why we are using this delete many. Next, we are going to use const formatted, and we are going to use our banks dot map. We'll get the name, and then inside this we're going to use the name, will be name dot trim. We're going to remove any extra white space. So here this one will be so name will be name dot trim, then the total reviews will be 0 at the beginning, then the positive count will be 0, the negative count will be 0, and the neutral count will be 0, and the reviews will be an empty array. So this is it. Then we're going to await company dot insert many, and we're going to pass our formatted data, and then we will show a message something like companies added successfully. That's it. And then we're going to use process dot exit. We're going to exit the process. That's it. Then if we have an error, we will catch the error. We're going to console log error adding companies, and then we will show the error, and we're going to use process dot exit, and we're going to use 1. So that's it. This is our insert method, so adding the company. Then we're going to create another one to delete the company if we need to delete all the data from our company. So let's use delete companies. This one will be an async function, and we're going to use the try catch, and in the try block we're going to await company dot delete many. That's it. and we are going to console log that all company deleted successfully, and then we're going to use process dot exit. That's it. Now if we have any error, we're going to console log that error deleting companies, and then we're going to show the error, and then we are going to use process dot exit and one. That's it. So this is our two function to add companies and delete companies. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a CLI logic. So we're going to use a function run, which is an async function, and here we're going to use arg, and we'll get this from process dot argv and 2. So what we want here is we're going to use node company seed.js dash dash add to add the company, and dash dash delete to delete the company. That's why we are using this CLI logic. Then we're going to check if the arg is equal to dash dash add, then we're going to use await add companies. Else if the arg is equal to dash dash delete, we're going to use await delete companies. Else we're going to show an error. So console log, we're going to say use dash dash add to add company, or dash dash delete to delete company, and then we're going to use process dot exit 0. That's it. And then we're going to call our run function. So this is our seed function. So now let's split the terminal and let's cd to seed, and here we're going to use node company seed.js dash dash add. So now if I hit enter, you can see database connection successful and company added successfully. So we successfully added our company to the database. Now let's go to the Postman, and if I click here to send this request again, now you can see the result is 87, and here we have our company data with ID, name, positive count 0, negative count 0, neutral count 0, total review 0, and the review is empty. So all of our company data are added here successfully. So that's the power of the seed function. So now you can also delete this, and if you want you can use a CSV file here to add all the information to your database. So we successfully added all our companies list to our database. Awesome. Now let's go to the company controller, And here, after the get all companies, we're going to create another controller, which is get all company total stats. So here we're going to use catch async with async, and we're going to use request, response, and next. And here first we'll get the companies using await company dot find. This will give us all the company. So this one will be exports. So let's add a comment, get all the companies, then get total companies. So we are going to use const total companies will be companies dot length. That's it. Then we are going to calculate the total reviews. So here const total reviews, and we're going to use companies dot reduce. We're going to use the reduced method, and here the accumulation, and then we're going to use C, and then accumulation plus C dot total reviews. Otherwise 0. If the total reviews doesn't exist, that means we have 0, and we're going to start from 0. That's it. So this is our total reviews. Then we are going to calculate the total complaints. So this is overall total reviews. That means the total of the 87 companies reviews, and this total complaint is the average of the all the companies complaint rate. It's not for the individual company, it is the sum of all the companies. Then we are going to calculate the average complaint rate. So average complaint rate. So here we are going to use const average complaint rate, and first we are going to check the total reviews. If it is 0, then we are going to return 0. Otherwise we are going to use total complaints. First we need to calculate the total complaint. So let's calculate total complaints. The total complaints, so let's use const total complaints, and we're going to use the companies dot reduce. We are going to again use the reduce function, accumulation and the company, and the accumulation plus C dot negative count or 0, and this one will be start from 0. That's it. Next we are going to calculate average complaint rate. So const average complaint rate. So first we are going to check if the total reviews is equal to 0, then just return 0. Otherwise, we are going to use total complaints divided by total reviews into 100. This will give us the percentage, and dot to fixed 2. So this is our average complaint rate. That's it. Then we're going to create a object, stats object. So const stats, and here will be total companies, then total reviews, then average complaint rates, and we're going to convert this to a number. So number average complaint rate. That's it. Now we're going to send the response. Send response. So we're going to use res dot status. Status will be 200 dot json, and here the status will be success, and data will be our stats. So this is our get all companies total stat controller. Now we need to add this in our routes. So let's go to the company routes, and here we are going to use router dot get, and we are going to use slash total stats, and then we're going to call our get all companies total stats. That's it. So this is our get all companies total stats router. Now I'm not going to check all of this in Postman, so this will be then the tutorial will be very long. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to check this directly in our frontend when we start implementing our frontend. So now I'm not going to check this in Postman. If you want, you can check this in your Postman first, but I'm not going to do it. I'm directly check this in our frontend. So that will make the tutorial shorter. So this is our get all companies total stats controller. It's completed. Now we are going to implement the total statistics for individual company. So for that I'm going to create a controller. So I'm going to export dot get company of stats, and we're going to use catching, and we'll have our async function with request, response, and next. And inside this function we are going to also implement the filtering features. So here we will get the sort options, the page, and default will be 1, and limit of the per page limit, this will default 10. We'll get all of this from our query, direct.query. Then here we will also get the search term. So default this one will be an empty string. Then we'll create a constant called page number, and we're going to use parse int page. We're going to convert this into an integer number, then the limit number will be first int, and we're going to pass the limit. Then we're going to create a skip. The skip will be page number -1 into limit number. That's it. So then what we need to do is we need to fetch all companies. So we're going to fetch all companies. So here we will have late all companies, and we're going to await company dot find, and inside this we will have name, and we're going to use a regex. So regex, and we're going to use the search term. Then the option will be case insensitive. Then we're going to use dot lin here. That's it. So this is the companies. So we use this lin to get all the companies as a plain JSON format. Now next we need to do is we need to calculate complaint rate manually. So we're going to calculate the complaint rate here. So we're going to use all companies equal to all companies dot map. We will get the individual company, and here we are going to extract negative count and total reviews from the company, and then we are going to create a constant of complaint rate. Complaint rate. The complaint rate will be total reviews. If it is equal to 0, then we are going to use 0. Otherwise we are going to use parse float, and here we are going to use negative count divided by total review, and then we are going to multiply this with 100, and then we are going to fixed, and we are going to use 2. That's it. This is our complaint rate. Next we are going to return. We are going to copy everything from our company. Sorry, this one will be inside this. We are going to return everything in the company, and we will also add this complaint rate. Complaint rate. Next, after this calculating the complaint rate, what we need to do is we need to sort based on the query. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a switch case, and we're going to add the sort here, and then for the first case we're going to check if it is review ascending. In that case we're going to use all companies dot sort a comma b, and then a dot total reviews minus b dot total reviews. That's it. Then for the we also need to use the break here. That's it. Now for the case, second case, we have review descending, and here we are going to use this. I'm going to copy this and paste it here, and here this one will be b minus total review, b dot total review minus a dot total review, and then break. Now for the third case we are going to check if the complaints ascending, then we are going to use all companies dot sort. Again we will get a comma b, and here we are going to use a dot complaint rate minus b dot complaint rate. That's it. And then we're going to use break. And for the last case we're going to check complaint descending, and in that case I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and this one will be b dot complaint rate minus a dot complaint rate. Then we're going to use break, and for the default we're going to use all companies dot sort a comma b, and we're going to use new date b dot created at minus new date a dot created at. Sorry, this one will be inside this. So new date b dot created at minus new date a dot created. That's it. And then we will have our break. That's it. So this is our sorting conditions. Then after that we will get the total companies using all companies dot length, and then we're going to calculate the total pages. This one will be math dot this function, and we're going to use total companies divided by limit number. That's it. Then we're going to use pagination. So pagination, and here we will have our paginated company, and here we're going to use our all companies dot slice. We're going to use skip to skip plus limit number. That's it. Then we're going to send the response. So here we're going to use res.status will be 200.json, and the status will be success. Then we're going to send the total companies, then the total page, then the current page will be the page number, then the count will be paginated companies dot length, and then finally the data will be companies and then the paginated companies. That's it. So this is our response. Awesome. Now we need to add this to our routes. So let's go to our company routes, and here we're going to use router dot get slash stats, and we're going to call our get companies all stats. That's it. So this is our get companies all stats functionality. Next we are going to create another controller function to get company information by ID. So I am going to use exports dot get company by ID, and we are going to use our catching function with our async request, response, and next, and then inside this we will get the ID from request.params, and then we'll get the company using await company dot find by ID, and we're going to pass the ID. Then we're going to populate to get the review information also. So we're going to populate the path will be reviews, and then we're going to dot lean. That's it. Then we're going to check if there is no company found, then we're going to return next with a new app error, let's import the app error. So here we do not need this. So const app error require // utils/app error. So here new app error, and the message will be no company found, and the code will be 404. That's it. Then we will get the total reviews and negative count from the company, and then we are going to calculate the complaint rate and we are going to copy the code from here. So this is the complaint rate. So I am going to copy this from here. If you want, you can create a separate function for that, so you do not need to repeat it, and I'm going to paste it here. So here we do not need to return this, we just need to calculate this complaint rate. If the total review is 0, then we have 0, otherwise we are going to divide the negative count with the total reviews and multiply it with 100 to get the percentage. Now I'm going to create a constant with company with stats, and here we will get all the company data, and then we are going to add the complaint rate. That's it. Then we are going to send the response. So rest.status 200.json. The status will be success. The message will be company details, and then the data will be company, and then we're going to pass the company with stat. So this is it. This is our get company by their ID. Now we need to add this to our routes. So let's go to the company routes, and here router dot get slash, and we're going to use dot id here, and then get company by id. So that's it. This is the routes. So we need to import this. So that's it. This is our get company by id routes. So we completed all our controllers for the company. Next, we're going to implement the controller for our reviews section. So our company controller is completed. Now we are going to start implementing our review functionality. First, we need to create a review model. So I'm going to create a file inside my model, and I'm going to name this review model.js. And then I'm going to use RFC to create a component boilerplate. Sorry, we are not going to create a boilerplate here. It's for the front end Next.js. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to first import Mongoose, require Mongoose, and then we're going to create a story schema. We're going to call this story because the user will share their story about the company. So here I'm going to use new mongoose dot schema, and here inside this we have object. So first we have vibe. So we have vibe, and the vibe will be a type of string. Then we're going to use enum. That means the type can be positive, negative, or neutral. So the vibe can be positive or negative or neutral, nothing else. Then the required will be true. So this is the vibe. Then we are going to use company name. The company name will be a type string, and required will be true. The user must need to provide the name of the company, the story they share. Then we are going to use is anonymous, and this one will be a type boolean, and default will be false. Then we have name. The name will be a type of string. This is the username, and the required we're going to use a function, and then we're going to check, we're going to return not this dot is anonymous. That means the name will be required if the user is not marked themselves as a anonymous. If they are using the anonymous check, then they do not need to provide the name. That's why we use this function to check if the anonymous is true, then we do not need to require the name. If it is false, then the user must provide a name. So this is our name. Then we have anonymous ID. For the anonymous user, we are going to generate an anonymous ID. So anonymous ID, and this one will be a type string, and the required we're going to use the function again, and the function will return this dot is anonymous. That's it. If the anonymous is true, then we need to provide the anonymous ID. Otherwise, we do not need the anonymous ID. Then we have user type. User type, and here the type will be string, Then we're going to use enum, and enum will be first we have individual customer, then business customer, then bank employee, then former employee, then investor. If you want, you can add other user type here, and then we have a option for others. That's it. This is the enum, and then the required will be true. That's it. This is the user type. Then we have the title, which is a type of string, and required will be true. Then finally we have the story. It's the type of string and required true. That's it. And we are going to use the timestamp also. So here we are going to make the timestamps to true, so that the MongoDB will automatically create a timestamps for each story. That's it. Then we are going to use module dot export mongoose dot model, and we are going to use story, and we are going to pass the story schema. That's it. So this is our review model. Next, we're going to create a controller. So let's go to the controller, and here I'm going to create a file called review controller.js, and here first we are going to export a get all reviews functions. We're going to use catch async, async, request, response, and next. And inside this function we're also going to implement the filtering. So first we're going to import some information from the query. Here first the company name, it will be default and empty string. Then we're going to filter through while, then search, then the sort for the default will be the newest, then the page 1, and limit 6. So we will get all of this from our request query, and then we're going to create a filter object. So const filter will be an empty object. Then we're going to check if we have the company name, then we're going to use filter dot company name, and we're going to use regex then pass the company name, and for the option we're going to make this case insensitive. That's it. Then we're going to check if we have vibe, then filter dot vibe will be vibe. Then if we have search, then filter dot title will be regex search, and the option will be case insensitive. So here this one will be equal filter title. Then we're going to create a sort options. So if we have sort equal to oldest, then we're going to use created at, otherwise we're going to use minus created at. That's the sort options. Then we're going to create the pagination. So first the skip will be page minus 1 into limit. Then we're going to review and total. We're going to await promise dot all, and then here we're going to use the story. So first we need to import the story model. So const story equal to require, and we're going to require this from dot slash model slash company model, not company model, this one will be review model. That's it. So this is the story. Now here we're going to use the story dot find, and here we're going to pass our filter, and then dot sort, and we're going to pass our sort option, and then dot skip, and we're going to pass our skip, and then dot limit, and we're going to pass number. We're going to convert the limit into number. That's it. And then we're going to use story dot count documents, and we're going to pass the filter. That's it. This will give us the reviews and the total number of reviews. Then we're going to send our response using res.status will be 200.json, and the status will be success. Then the result will be review dot length, then the total, then the page will be number, and then the page we convert this into a number, then the total page, the total pages will be math dot fill this function, and we're going to use total divided by limit. That's it. So total get the limit, and then the data will be reviews. That's it. So this will send the JSON data to our frontend. Now we need to create the route. So let's go to the route folder and create a new route, and I'm going to name it review routes.js. And here first I'm going to import express require express, and then we're going to create a router by using express dot router, and then we're going to show router dot get and slash all for all reviews. We're going to call our get all reviews. That's it. And then we're going to use module dot exports, and we're going to export our router. Now let's go to your app.js, and at the top let's import the review router. So we're going to require dot slash route slash review routes, and here we are going to use the app.use and slash API slash viewer slash companies, not companies, this one will be reviews, and then the review router. That's it. So now we have our controller which is added to our routes. So that's it. Next we are going to create another controller, which is the create story controller. So let's export dot create story, and we're going to use catch async, async, request response, and next. And then here we will get something from our request dot query, and here we'll get the vibe, the company name, the is anonymous, then the name, the user type, the title, and the story. So we'll get all of this from our query, not query, we'll get this from our request dot body. So we'll get this from our request body. Then we're going to check if there is not is anonymous and there is no name. In that case we are going to return next with new app error, and the message will be please select a valid, not this one. We're going to use name is required when not anonymous, and the code will be 400. That's it. Then we are going to check if. So before checking that, we are going to find the company's const company await company. So we need to import the company here. So const company will be require dot slash model slash company model. That's it. Now here we're going to await company dot find one, and here the name will be company name dot trim. We're going to remove any extra white spaces, and then we're going to check if there is no company found. We're going to return next new app error, and the message will be please select a valid company name company from the list, and the error will be 400. That's it. Then we are going to create the story. So const new story will be await story dot create and inside this we're going to pass the vibe. The company name will be the company dot name, then the is anonymous, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a function that will give us a anonymous ID for the user that does not want to use their name. So here at the top I'm going to use function generate anonymous ID, and here first we need to import the const. We're going to use crypto. This is a nodejs built-in module, so require crypto. That's it. Now inside this we're going to return anon. So anon, and then we're going to add crypto dot random bytes 3 dot to string and hex. So this will generate a random ID for the anonymous user. Now here after the is anonymous, what we're going to do is we're going to use the name. For the name is if is anonymous is true, then undefined and name, otherwise name. That's it. Now for the anonymous ID we are going to check if is anonymous. In that case we are going to call our generate anonymous ID, otherwise this one will be undefined. That's it. Then we are going to pass our user type, title, and then story. That's it. So this will create our story. Next we need to update the company information when someone create a story. For example, if a user create a negative story for a company, we need to increase the negative count of that company. And we also need to store that this review to the company's review list. So here we're going to create const update. This one will be an object, and we're going to push reviews in the review array. We're going to push this review. So new story dot id. Then we're going to increase the total reviews by 1. That's it. Then we're going to check if y is equal to positive, then we're going to use update dot, we're going to increase dot, and we're going to increase the positive count by 1. And then I'm going to copy this 2 more times. If the value is negative, then we're going to increase the negative count. So increase negative count. If it is neutral, then we're going to increase the neutral count. Neutral count to 1. That's it. Then we're going to await company dot find by id and update. We're going to find that company by using company dot id underscore id, and then we're going to pass the update variable. That's so this will update the company information. Next we're going to send response using res.status, and we're going to use 201 and .json, and the status will be success, and the message will be story submitted successfully. And then the data will be story, and we're going to pass the new story. So this is it. This is the create story controller. Now we need to add this to our routes. So let's go to the review routes, this one, and here router dot post, we're going to use post here, and slash create, we're going to use our create story controller. So now we have the create story controller as well as the route. So this is it for the backend logics, and next we are going to start implementing the front end. And if we face any error related to this backend, we are going to jump back to the backend code and solve the problem. So for now our backend is completed. Now we are going to start building our front end. So we are going to use the latest version of Next.js 15. So for now, let's minimize this backend, and we are going to split this terminal, and here at the left side I'm going to go back and then cd to our front end, and at the right we're going to run our backend using npm start. That's it. Now in the front end I'm going to use npx create next app at the rate latest, and then I'm going to add a dot slash so that all the packages are installed in front end folder. Then I'm going to hit enter. So we're going to use y to proceed, and it asked us would you like to use TypeScript. So I'm going to use TypeScript, so we're going to use this yes. So here yes, and we're going to use the ESLint. We're going to use Tailwind CSS. We do not need the source directory. We're going to use the app router, and the turbo pack is for the faster development, so we're going to use the turbo pack, and we do not need to customize our input aliases. So now this will install all our necessary package to initialize a Next.js project. So let's wait some time to complete the installation. The installation is completed. We are also going to use shadcn in our project. So I'm going to open a browser and I'm going to search for shadcn UI. So it's a pre-built component website where we have these types of component ready. So first I'm going to click here to get started. We're going to use this with Next.js, and first we need to use this npx shadcn at the rate latest init. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here and hit enter. Here we are going to use the neutral. So the shadcn added successfully. Next we are going to add the button component here. So first let me show you the component, then the button. So here you can see the shadcn have different types of button, the secondary button, the destructive, the outline, and all of this. So I'm going to add this button. So copy this and paste it here. So this will add the button component to our project. So it's completed. Now here you can see in our front end there is a lot of files generated. So first we have this app. So this is our main directory. So here we have favicon, then we have this global.css. So the shadcn generated some of the variables, so we do not need to do anything in our global css. Then we have this layout.tsx. This is the overall wrapper of our project. For example, here in our body we have children. So if I add a navbar here and then a footer here, then this navbar and footer will be added to the all the page that we are going to create in our project. So this layout wrap our project. So this is the layout. Then we have this page.tsx. This is the main page. When you go to the localhost 3000, this page will appear. So I'm going to remove all of this from here. I'm going to use RAFC to create a component boilerplate, and I'm going to name it home page, and home page, and inside this div we're going to use our shadcn button. So if I use button here, you can see in the component UI we have this button, and let's say that shadcn button. So in the component here you can see we have this button.tsx. So here we have our button added. That's it. And we also have this lib with this utils, and the others we do not need to do anything. Now let's go to the page, and here I'm going to use a h1 with that text home page, and then I'm going to add some Tailwind class name here. So text 7x. Now I'm going to run this project and check if our shadcn and the Tailwind is working properly or not. So I'm going to use npm run dev to run our project, and then in the browser I'm going to open localhost 3000. Now you can see here we have our shadcn button and our homepage text. That means our shadcn and Tailwind CSS works perfectly. So I'm going to remove all of this from here, and let's just use homepage. That's it. Let's remove this. And if you remember, I used a shortcut RAFC. So to use this shortcut, you need to install a extension, and the extension you need is this one, ES7 React Redux React Native Snippet. By installing this extension, you can use the shortcut. So this is our home page. Next, we are going to configure our font and metadata. For that, let's go to the layout, and here you can see we have this default font, but we are not going to use this, so I'm going to delete this. And here we're going to import poppins from our next font Google, and I'm going to use a constant font. Then the poppins, we're going to call this, we first need to pass the font width to 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, and 900. Then we need to pass the subsets, and here the subsets will be Latin. That's it. Now here we're going to remove all of this, and we're going to use font dot class name. That's it. And now here we have this metadata. Metadata is very important for your SEO. So here we are going to change the metadata. For the title, I'm going to use banking review system, and then here let's use banking review system using Next.js 15. That's it. If you want, you can customize your title and description as your wish. Now if I go to our project, so here you can see we have our text home page, and at the top you can see we have banking review system. That means our font and our metadata works properly. So if I inspect, we just need to hover here, and here you can see the font is 16 pixels opens. That means our fonts works properly here. Next, what I'm going to do is in component, I'm going to create a folder, and I'm going to name this home, and here we will have a home.tsx, and I'm going to use RAFC to create a component boilerplate. This is our home component. Here we are going to add our home page related component, and then we are going to add this in our app, in our page, and here this is our main landing page, the home page, and the home page will contain this home.tsx. So this is our component. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an environment variable. So in the front end, I'm going to use .env.local, and here I'm going to add a environment variable which is next public backend URL, and here we are going to add our backend URL, which is https, not https, http slash slash localhost 8000 slash API slash v1. That's it. So this is our backend URL. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a server.ts, and here I'm going to export const base API URL, and we're going to use process.env dot next public API next public backend URL. So basically this one, next public backend URL. So now by doing this, we can use this base API URL in our API request. So we do not need to write this backend base URL again and again. And also when we deploy our project, we need to change this to our deployed backend URL. So by doing this, we can change it in our frontend environment variable. That's why we're using this environment variable. And that's it. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a type.d.ts file. Here we will have all our types. So we are going to first export type and vibe type, and this one will be positive or negative or neutral. That's it. Then we're going to export type user type. The user type will be so we're going to use this union, and here first we have individual customer, so let's add it here, and then we have this union and business customer, then we have bank employee, then we have former employee, and then we have investor, and then other. That's it. This is our user type. Then we're going to export type review, and this one will be first ID of type string, and you can use interface also. So let's use interface for this one so that you can have both. You can see the example of both, the type example and interface example, both done the same one. So you can use anything you want. You can use the type or you can use the interface keyword. So let's use interface for this one. So interface review, and here we have ID of type string, then 5 of type vibe type, then the company name will be string, the is anonymous will be a type of boolean, then the name is optional and it is a type of string, and we use this question mark to mark this as optional. Then the user type will be a type of user type, then the title will be string, the story will be a type of string, created at will be a type of string, and then updated at will be a type of string. That's it. This is our review type. Then we're going to export type company type. So this, for this one we're going to use the type keyword, and here we have id of type string, the name of type string, and the positive count of type string. So these are basically from our backend. You can remember how our review model look like. So if I show you, so you can see the review model will have all of this. So that's why we are using this as a type. So the positive count will be string, then the negative count will be string, total reviews will be type of number, and the positive count will be a type of number, the negative count will be a type of number, and total reviews will be a type of number. So number, then the neutral count will be a type of number, and the reviews will be a type of review array, and then the complaint rate will be a type of number. So these are our type that we are going to use in our project, and we have this server. So let's save this. So this is it for our front-end setup. Now I am going to teach you how routings work in Next.js. So I'm going to teach you both static routing, nested routing, and dynamic routing. So we have this page.tsx. So when I go to the localhost 3000, this page appeared to the screen. Now let's say if you need to create a about page. So localhost 3000 slash about. So we're going to see this example. Then let's say you need to create some nested route. For example, localhost 3000 slash, let's say company and company details. And finally, we're going to see an example of a dynamic route. So let's say localhost 3000 slash company slash company details slash, let's say the company ID 1234 or something like that. So we are going to explore all of this. So first, let's say So here let's change it to slash company. So we have slash company slash company slash company details slash company details slash the ID. So first let's create this. So to create this page, what we need to do is in the app, we first need to create a folder and the folder name must match this. So let's say company. If you want a about page, you need to name this about. For the blog page, you need to make this folder name blog. So we are making a company page, that's why the folder name is company. Now inside this we need to create a page.tsx, and it is very important, you need to name it page.tsx, otherwise it will not work. Then I'm going to use RESC to create a component boilerplate, and let's say company page. Now if I hit save and go to our browser, and here we have localhost 3000. Now if I go to slash company and if I hit enter, so it says that this page could not be found. Let's see what's. So here we have a typing mistake, so the name will be company. So now if I go to our project, now you can see we are in the company page, and you can see how easy it is to create different pages in Next.js. It is easier than React router. So this is our company page. Now I'm going back to our home page. Now let's say we need this nested route. So after the company, we have company details. So what I'm going to do is inside this company folder, we need to create another folder, and this time the folder name will be company details. And inside this we need to create a page.tsx. So I'm going to copy this page.tsx here. So this is the page.tsx, and don't forget you need to name this page.tsx. And here let's change it to company details page, and here also company details page. Now if I hit save, if I go to our project, and then if I go to localhost 3000 slash company details, let's see what folder name we use. So here we need to change this one will be company details, because this is the URL friendly name. So now let's go to our project, and if I go to the company details and hit enter, now you can see we are in the company details page. Let's change the content here, company details page. Now if I hit save and go to our project, here you can see company details page. That means we are in the company details page. Awesome. Now let's go back to our localhost 3000, and then we are going to create a dynamic route. So for the dynamic route, what we need to do is inside this company details, we're going to create another folder, but this time we're going to use this third bracket, and here we're going to use ID name, the thing you are receiving as a params. So here let's see we are receiving ID as a params, and now inside this we need to create a page.tsx. So I'm going to copy this. Let's say company details page dynamic. So now if I hit save and if I go to our project, and let's say slash company details slash, and let's say the ID is 1234. If I hit enter, and here you can see we have the company details dynamic page, and you can see the content changed. Now the question is how you can extract this params or ID so that you can use this ID to send a request to your backend to get the company details. So for that, what you need to do is you need to convert this into a async component, and you will get params, and this will complain because of the TypeScript. I'm not going to apply the TypeScript here because in our real example, our real project, we are going to use this, and there I'm going to use the TypeScript. So for now, here I'm just explain to you the routing, the dynamic routing. So how can we get the ID? So we need to await params then dot ID. That's it. Now let's add the ID here. And if I hit save and go to our project, here you can see we have our ID. Let's use a different ID like 9000. If I hit enter, now you can see the ID also changed. So this is how the dynamic route works in Next.js. Let's go back to the localhost 3000, and then I'm going to delete this company because we do not need it in our real project. If we need, we will create again. So it's deleted. Now you have a better understanding of how Next.js routing works, how static routing, dynamic routing, as well as the nested routing works in Next.js. So this is it for Next.js routing. Next, we're going to build the navbar of our project. So if I show you the deployed version, here you can see we have a logo, some nav links, and two buttons. So now we are going to implement the navbar. So for that, I'm going to create a new folder inside the home, and I'm going to name it navbar. And inside this, first we have a nav.tsx, and I'm going to use RAFC to create a component boilerplate, and this is for the desktop size navigation bar. And then we'll have a mobile nav.tsx, and I'm going to use RAFC to create a component boilerplate, and this is for mobile navigation bar or mobile sidebar. And then we'll have a nav wrapper.tsx that will wrap our nav and mobile nav. So I'm going to use RFC to create the component boilerplate. So now here in the nav wrapper, I'm going to add our nav, also the mobile nav. That's it. Now we are going to add this in our layout. So in the layout, before the children, we're going to add our nav wrapper. So now if I hit save and go to our project, here you can see we have our nav, mobile nav, and home text. So next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a constant file. So constant.ts. Here I'm going to add all our constant variable. So here I'm going to first export const navigation list. This one will be an array of object. The object will contain name. The first one is home, then a href, and for the home the href is slash, and then let's format this. So name href, and then we have an icon. So for the first one, the icon will be building 2 from Lucid React. When we install our shadcn UI, Lucid React is already included. Lucid React icon is already included to our project. So this is our first one, and then I'm going to copy this 4 more times. Then the second one is share story and the href will be share story, and the icon will be pin to. The third one will be reviews, href will be slash reviews, and the icon will be file text. That's it. Then we have companies. The href will be slash companies, and the icon will be briefcase, and the final one will be blog. The href will be slash blog, and the icon will be file text. That's it. So this is our navigation list. So by doing this, you can easily add new one or you can delete one. Now let's go to our component, then the nav.tsx, and here the first we're going to make this a client component using use client. In Next.js, all components are by default a server component, and in server component you cannot use hooks. To use hooks, you need to convert your component a client component, and we convert a component a client component using this use client directive. So here I am going to first import path name and use path name. We are going to use path name hooks. Next, the first div have a class name of fixed top 0, left 0, right 0, vz wide, border will be bottom, border will be gray 200, and set will be 50. That's it. Now inside this div we have another div with class name of width will be 90%, mf auto. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of flex, justify between item center, and height will be 16. Now inside this div first we have our logo. So here we're going to use a link from next link, and then the link, the href will be slash, and then the class name will be flex items center space x2. Then inside this link we first have a building to icon from lucid icon, and this icon have some class name. So in smaller devices height will be 8, smaller devices width will be 8, otherwise it will be width 6 and height 6, and text will be blue 600. That's it. And then we have a span with the text bank review. The span have some class name, smaller devices text excel, text will be large, font bold, text gray 900. That's it. Now if I go to our project, Here you can see we have our border, our logo. Awesome. Then after the logo, we have our desktop navigation. And here we are going to use our nav tag with class name of hidden in large screen. This one will be flex items center SpaceX 1 in large screen SpaceX 4. Now inside this nav, we're going to use our navigation and we're going to import this from our constant. So this navigation from constant. Now here we're going to map through it. We'll get individual nav item, and then inside this we're going to get the icon from item dot icon, and then we're going to create a is active constant, and we're going to check if the path name is equal to item dot href. In that case, that path is the active one. Then we're going to return a link and here the key will be item dot name, and then the href will be item dot href, and then we're going to apply some class name, and here we're going to use template literal to add some dynamic classes based on the each active. So first we have flex items center SpaceX 1 px2 in large screen, px will be 3, py will be 2, rounded md. Then we have text extra small in large screen, text will be small, font medium, transition colors and duration 200 millisecond, and white space no wrap. That's it. Then we're going to check if is active is true. If is active is true, then we're going to add text blue 600 bg blue 50. Otherwise text gray 700 and hover text blue 600. That's it. Now inside this link we'll have our icon, and the icon will have some class name of height 3, width 3, and in the large screen height 4, and in large screen width 4. That's it. And then we will have a span with item dot name. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our home, our shared story, reviews, companies, and blog Navbar, and this one is the active one, that's why it's have different color and a background. So now other pages are not created, that's why they will show a 404 pages. But when we start implementing our share story reviews components, all will have their separate pages. So next, after the desktop navigation, we have our right side button, and here we're going to use a div with class name of flex item center space x2 in large screen space x4. That's it. Now inside this we are going to use a link from Lucy, not Lucy React. We're going to use the Next.js link, and here the href will be /1 to no, and then the class name will be in large screen flex hidden item center space x2 px3 py2 text gray 700 in hover text blue 600 width full and text left. And then inside this link we will first have a help circle, and this one will have a class name of height 3 width 3 large screen height 4 large screen width 4. That's it. And then we have a span with the text 1 to no, and this span have some class name of text extra small in large screen text small, font will be medium, and white space no wrap. That's it. So now if I go to our project, here you can see we have our want to know button. Looks exactly like this one. Then we have this sign up button. So after this link, we're going to use our shadcn button, and this one will be sign up. And here this button, the size we're going to use large, and the class name we're going to add cursor pointer. That's it. And then we will have a menu icon. So menu icon from Lucid React, and this icon will have a class name of width 7 height 7 cursor pointer, and in large screen this one will be hit. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our sign up button, our nav links, want to know, and sign up button. It looks like this one, exactly like this one. So now if I inspect, you will see in the mobile device we have this menu icon and this sign up button and the bank review, and the other nav links are hidden. So our desktop navigation bar is completed. Now we're going to implement the mobile navigation bar, which is the sidebar. So if I show you in the deployed version, here we have a menu icon. So if I click here, it will open this beautiful sidebar with animation and smooth overlay. So now we are going to implement this. So for that, let's go to our mobile nav.tsx And here inside this div we have overlay. So we're going to use a div with class name of fixed top 0 inset 0 transform transition all duration 500 millisecond. Z index will be 100 0 to BG will be black, opacity will be 70, and with full height screen. So now if I hit save, and here you can see we have our overlay. Then after the overlay we have our nav links. So here we have a div with class name of text white top 0 fixed justify center flex will be in the column direction, height full, transform transition all, duration 500 millisecond, Z index will be 100,002. Sorry, so flex call. So first we have text white top 0 fixed justify center flex will be in the column direction, height full, transform transition all, duration 500 millisecond. We're going to add a delay of 300 milliseconds. So first the overlay come to the screen and then the sidebar, and then width will be 80%. In smaller screen width will be smaller, and large screen width will be 60%. BG will be gray 900, space Y 6, Z index will be 100,050. That's it. Now inside this div we're going to use our navigation from the constant, and we're going to map through it, and we'll get the individual link, and then inside we're going to return a link from next link, and here the key will be link dot name, then the href will be link dot href. Then inside this we have a p tag with link dot label, link dot name, and this p tag will have some class name of text white with fit text to excel, margin left 12, border bottom 1.5 pixel, padding bottom 2, border white, smaller devices, text will be 30 pixel. That's it. So now if I go to our project, so here you can see we have our home, share story, reviews, company, and blog. So just like this one, we need to add this want to know also here. So after this navigation mapping, we're going to use another link, and here the href will be slash 1 to no, and then this one will have a class name of text wide with fit text to excel margin left 12 border bottom 1.5 pixel padding bottom 2 border white smaller devices text 30 pixel, and then inside this link we have a span with the text 1 to no, and the span have a class name of text excel font medium white space no wrap, and that's it. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have our want to know links also. Now we need a cross icon to close this. So after this link we will have a close icon. So here we're going to use X from Lucid React, and this one will have class name of absolute, top will be 0.7 RAM, right will be 1.4 RAM, smaller devices width will be 8, smaller devices height will be 8, width 6, height 6. Now if I go to our project, so here you can see we have our close icon. Awesome. So it looks exactly like the deployed version. Now we need to make this responsive so that when I click here it will close the sidebar, and when I click on the menu icon it will open the sidebar. So for that let's go to the nav wrapper.tsx, and here I'm going to convert this into a client component using use client, and first I'm going to create a state variable showNav set showNav and use state, and initially this one will be false. Then I'm going to create two functions. First one is the close nav, which will be an arrow function that set our showNav to false, and then another one which is open nav. This one will be an arrow function that set our showNav to true. Now we need to pass the props in our nav and open nav. So in the nav we are going to pass open nav, and we are going to pass our open nav function, and the mobile nav we are going to pass the show nav, which is the show nav, and also the close nav, which is the close nav. That now we have to receive these props and give them the proper type definition. So first let's go to the nav, and at the top I'm going to create a type props, and here we're receiving a open nav prop, which is a function that returns void. Now we are going to pass this here, and we will get our open nav function. Now when we click on this menu icon, so on click we're going to run our open. That's it. Now let's go to the mobile nav, and here at the top we're going to use type prop, Here we are receiving a shown which is a type of boolean, and a close which is a function that returns void. Now when we click on this cross icon, we're going to run our close snap. So we need to pass the props here and then import the close snap and show snap. Now when we click on the cross icon, we're going to run our close snap function. Now based on this show snap, we're going to show or hide our nap. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a constant called nap open, and we're going to check if here so I think here we are missing a return keyword. No. So something is wrong here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove all of this. So using Ctrl X, and then I'm going to create a React RAFC to create the component boilerplate. And here I'm going to paste our code. So we need to import this. Ctrl X and paste it here, and we also need to import the navigation, and this one is the duplicate. Okay, now we are going to copy and cut it from here and paste it here, and then remove all of this. So now it looks good. Now if I check, yes, it's working. So somehow our return statement is gone in the previous mobile app. So now it's okay. Now our next step is to create a constant which is nab open, and here we're going to check if our show nab, and we need to pass the props here and import the close nab and show nab. So based on the show nab, if the show nab is true, then we're going to use translate x to 0. Otherwise we're going to use translate x minus 200%. That's it. Now we need to use this in our overlay as well as our nap links div. So for that we need to convert this into a template literal. So I'm going to convert this into template literal and remove this double quote, and here we're going to insert our nab open. That's it. Now we're going to do same here. So make this a template literal, remove this double quote, and here insert the nab open. That's it. So now if I hit save and go to our project, and now if I click here, you can see the sidebar open, but it doesn't close. So here we are going to add this close name. Now if I hit save, So now it closes and it opens just like this one. Awesome. So our navbar now is fully responsive. So this is our desktop navigation bar and this is our mobile navigation sidebar. So our navbar is completed. Next, we are going to implement the hero section. So if I show you the hero section, here you can see we have some heading, some subheading, and 2 buttons. So to build this, I'm going to create a file called hero.tsx and I'm going to use RAFC to create the component boilerplate, and then I'm going to add this in our home. If you add other component in your home, you can add it here. Now here the hero, the first div have a class name of relative overflow hidden and then with full height screen flex items center justify center and flex will be in the column direction. Now inside this we have another div with class name of px4 smaller devices, px6 in large screen, px8 and py will be 24. Now inside this div we have another div with class name of text center. And then inside this div we have a h1 with class name of text3xl smaller devices, text4xl medium screen, text6xl font bold and text gray 900 and margin bottom 6. That's it. And here the text will be, so I'm going to copy it from our deployed version. This is the financial institutions. So copy this and paste it here. And then we have a span with class name of text blue 600 and block. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have financial institutions and we need to copy this text from here. So review platform and paste it inside the span. So now if I hit save and now we have review platform, but its design is not looks good. This is because the span will be inside the h1. So now if I hit save, now you can see it looks good. Financial institution review platform, just like this one. Then we have this subheading. So I'm going to copy it from here. And then after this h1, we have a p with this subheading. And the p will have some class name of smaller devices. Text will be Excel, text base, text gray 600, margin bottom 8, max width 3xl and mx auto. Now if I hit save and go to our project, here you can see we have our subheading. Next we have 2 buttons. So after this p tag we have a div with class name of flex. Flex will be in the column direction. Smaller devices, flex will be in the row. Gap 4, justify center. Now inside this div, we'll have a link from our next link, and this next link we need to pass a href. The first one will be slash share story, and we have some class name. First one is the inline flex item center px8 py3 border, and the border will be transparent, text base, font medium, rounded medium, text white, bg blue 600, in the hover bg blue 700, transition colors, duration 200 milliseconds. That's it. And here the text will be share your story. Then I'm going to copy it, and then this one will be browse reviews, and here we're going to change some of the design. Here the border, and this one border will be not transparent, border will be gray 300, and then we're going to change the text color. The text will be gray 700, and background will be white, and hover the bg gray will be 50, and that's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have our share your story and browse review, just like this one. So our hero section looks good. Let's inspect, and you can see in mobile devices it fit perfectly, so it's also mobile responsive. So our hero section is completed. Next, we're going to implement the share story page. So if I show you the share story in our deployed version, if I click here to share story, here you can see we have a form with all of these field, and we have a share story button. So now let's implement this. So for that, first we are going to create a page. So in the app, we're going to use share story, and inside this I'm going to create a page.tsx, and then RESTful to create a component boilerplate, and let's name this share story page. That's it. So now if I go to our project, and if I click here to share story, and now we are in the share story page. Now next what I'm going to do is, in the component I'm going to create a folder called share, not share story, just story, and here I'm going to create a share story.tsx, and I'm going to use RESTful to create a component boilerplate, and then I'm going to add this here. So share story, that's so we're going to keep our pages clean and we will do all the coding in our component. So now this is our shared story.tsx. So first what I'm going to do is I'm going to convert this into a client component using use client. That's it. Next, we are going to show some toast messages in our share story. That's why we need toast. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the shadcn UI, the component, and from here we are going to use sonar. So if you click here show toast, you can see where we can show different types of toast messages using this sonar. So let's add this in our project. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to split the terminal and paste it here to add the sonar in our project. So it's installed successfully. Next, what we need to do is we need to open our layout.tsx, and here we need to add a toaster from sonar. So import it from sonar, and here we're going to make our position to top center. That's it. So this will show the toast in the top center. That's it. Next, what I'm going to do is, so if I go to the deployed one, you can see we have this beautiful select list where we can search. So to implement these types of select, we're going to use a very popular npm package, which is React Select. So this is the package React Select, and you can see it's extremely popular, and we're going to use this. Here they have different types of example. If you want, you can explore more. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here to install the React Select. So the installation is completed. Let's close this. So now here, first what I'm going to do is I'm going to create some state variable. So first we will have a if loading and set is loading use state and initially false. Then I'm going to create another one which is companies and set companies use state, and this one will be an empty array for now, and this one will be a type of company type. That's it. Company type array. That's it. Then we're going to create a form data for our backend request. So const form data and set form data, and let's use state, and here we are going to initially have vibe. So vibe will be neutral by default. Then the company name will be an empty string. Then is anonymous will be false by default. Then the name will be an empty string. Then the user type will be individual customer by default. Then the title, empty string, and story will be empty string. That's it. This is our default state. Then we're going to use router for navigation. So here I'm going to import router and use router from next navigation. That's it. Then we are going to use the React select. So first at the top I'm going to import select from React select. That's it. Then we're going to prepare company options for the select. So we are going to fetch the company data, and this one will be array of companies. Now these companies will be used as a select option. So now we need to prepare that. So for that we're going to do is const company options, and we're going to use companies. We're going to map through it. We'll get the individual company, and inside this we're going to use a label will be c.name, and a value will be c.name. That's it. These are company options. Then we're going to create a vibe option. This one will be so vibe options. So const vibe options. This one will be an array, and here the value for the first one we have neutral, and the label will be neutral. And I'm going to copy it 2 more times. Then we have positive, and label will be positive, and the third one will be negative, and the label will be negative. That's it. Then we have another select option, which is user type options. So here const user type options, and this one will be value. The first one is the individual customer, and then the label will be this one but with capital letter, individual customer. we have 5 more. I'm going to copy it 5 more times. The second one, is business customer. Let's make it uppercase. Then the third one is bank employee. Then the fourth one is former employee. Then this one is investor. And the last one is other, and the label will be other. That's it. So these are the user type option. Now next what we need to do is we need to fetch our company from backend. Now before writing the code to fetch our company from our backend, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a handler function that will handle our request, try catch block, and show a toast message for the error. And we're going to reuse this utility function whenever we call our API to our backend. So what I'm going to do is in the component I'm going to create a utils, and here I'm going to use a API request .ps. So this will handle our try catch block and show a error if we have any error, and show it as a toast message. So here first I'm going to import something from Axios. So we need to install Axios first. So let's install Axios. So npm I Axios. So it's installed successfully. So here we're going to import the Axios error. Then we're going to import toast from Sonar. Then we're going to create an interface of API error response, and here we will have a message of type string. Then I'm going to export a function called handle request. This one will be an async function, and we're going to use this for our TypeScript. And here we will receive a request callback, which is a type of function that returns promise. And we'll also pass set loading, which is an optional, and this one will be the loading will be a type of boolean which returns a void. Then we have promise or now, so that's it. We are receiving a callback function and a set loading to set our loading, and it's a type of promise. That's it. Now inside this, and this function will return a promise. So inside this, first we're going to check if we have set loading pass, and we're going to make our set loading to true. That's it. Then we're going to use try catch block. So in the try catch, we're going to use const response, and we're going to await request callback, and we'll get the response, and we're going to return the response. And in the catch block, we'll have an error, and we're going to use const axios error, and we're going to use error as axios error, and we're going to use our API error response. Then we're going to console log our error. Then we're going to check if axios error exists dot response dot not header data dot message. Then we're going to console log this axios error message, and we're going to show a toast message, and this one will be this axios error. That's it. Else we're going to show a generalized error. So toast dot error, so this one will be toast dot error, and here we're going to show that an unexpected error occurred. That's it. And in that case, if we have an error, we're going to return no. And finally, we're going to check if we have our set loading, then we're going to set our loading false. That's it. So this is our request handler function. This will handle our try catch block, and it will give us the response, and if error happens, it will show proper error message as a toast. So this is our API request handler function. Now let's go to the share story, and now we're going to fetch our companies. So here I'm going to use a use effect hooks, and then a dependency array, and inside this I'm going to create a function called fetch companies. This one will be an async function, and inside this we're going to create the request function which we are going to send to our handle request. So const company request, this one will be an async function, and here we're going to await axios dot get, and we're going to use our base API URL, then slash companies slash all, companies slash all. That's it. Next we will get the result by awaiting handle request, and we're going to pass our company request and set is loading function. That's it. So this will give us the result. Now here we're going to check for extra safety if the result dot data dot status is success, then we're going to set our companies to result dot data dot data dot companies. That's it. Now we need to call the fetch companies function. That's it. Now let's console log company and then the company. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so this is our project. Now if I inspect, if I go to the console, and here now we have 0, so let reload the page. And now you can see the companies, and we have 87 company list here, and it's awesome. You can see we now have our companies. So we successfully able to get the company data from our backend using our frontend. Awesome. So now we have all our companies data that we are going to use in our select options in the form. After successfully getting the companies, next we are going to create a handle submit function that will actually send the request to the backend and create a story. So const handle submit, this one will be an async function, and it will receive an event which is a type of react.form event, and then we're going to use e.prevent default. For now we're not going to start implementing this. First we complete our design, then we are going to start implementing the functionality for handle submit. Next, here for the designing, for the first div have a class name of mean height screen, margin top 10, bg will be gray 100, and padding in the y direction will be 10. Then inside this we will have another div with class name of max width 3xl, mx auto, bg wide, padding will be 6, rounded md, and shadow md. Now inside this div we'll have a h2 with the text of share your banking experience. Now this h1 will have a class name of text extra large, then in smaller device text will be 2xl, and font bold, margin bottom will be 4, text center. Now if I hit save and if I go to our project, so here you can see we have our share your banking experience text with this box. Then after the h1 we have our form. So here we'll have a form and we do not need any actions, but when we when we submit the form, and on submit we will call our handle submit function. Now inside this, and the form will also have a class name of space y5, space y5, that's it. Now inside this form, first we have the vibe options, the vibe input box. So here we have a div, and inside this div we have a label, and we do not need the HTML for here. The label have a class name of block, font medium, margin bottom 1, text gray 700. That's it. And inside the label we will have a heart icon from Lucid React, and this heart icon will have a class name of inline, and then width 4, height 4, and margin right 2, and then we will have the text vibe. Now if I hit save, and after the label we have a select. So we're going to use the select we installed as a package. So inside this select, first the name will be vibe, the options will be the vibe options, and then the value, and here we're going to use an object. The value will be form data dot value, form data dot vibe, then the label, and for the label will be form data dot vibe dot char and 0 dot uppercase to uppercase plus slice plus form data dot vibe dot slice 1. That's it. So this is the value and this is the label. Then in the on change, we will get the selected and we're going to set our form data, and we're going to use this object, and we're going to copy all of the field from data, and then for the vibe we're going to use selected. So if selected dot value exists, otherwise we're going to use neutral. That's it. So this will add our selected vibe option to the form data. That's it. And here also we don't want the search option here because we only have 3 options. So that's why is searchable will be false. That's it. So now if I go to our project, and here you can see we have our vibe label and we have this vibe option. Awesome, and it looks very nice. Then after this vibe, we'll have our company name. And here we'll have a div, and inside this we'll have a label. We don't need the HTML for the class name. We are going to copy this, or we can just copy this label from here and paste it here, and then we're going to change this from heart to a building to icon, and the text will be company. That's it. Then after the label we'll use the select from our React select, and here the options will be company options. Then the value will be company options dot find, and we will get the option, and the option dot value is equal to form data dot company name. That's it. This is the value. Then we're going to use on change. So this value is basically finding the company name from our form data to our company options, and in the on change we will get the selected, and here we're going to set our form data. We're going to copy everything from our form data, and then for the company name we'll check the selected dot value, otherwise empty string. That's it. And here the placeholder will be select a company, and this one will be searchable. That's why we're going to use each searchable. So now if I hit save, and if I go to our project, so here you can see we have our company, and you can see we have all our company list here, and it looks amazing. You can search here like this one. Here you can see the search is also working. So this is our company select list. Awesome. So next we have these anonymous select options. So if you want, you can share your story as anonymous or as using your name. So after this company name, we have our anonymous toggle. So here we have a div with class name of flex item center space x2, and then inside this we have an import of type checkbox, and the name will be is anonymous. And we do not need the id here. And for the checked, this one will be form data dot is anonymous, and then in the on change we're going to use our handle. So we need to create a handle change function that will handle our change in the input and store them in the form data. So for now, let's remove this. First, let's create the handle change. So here, this one is our submit function. This one is our submit function. And here, we're going to create our function to handle form changes. So here we'll create a handle change, and we will get an event which is a type of react dot change event, and here we will have HTML input element or HTML text area element. We're going to handle both cases. Now inside this we'll get the name, value and type from the e.target. Then we're going to get the checked from e.target as HTML input element, and then dot the checked property. Next, we're going to set our form data. We'll get the previous state, and here we're going to copy everything from our previous, and then name if the type is equal to checkbox, then we're going to check if it is checked or not. Then we have the value. If the checkbox is true, then we are going to use the checked, otherwise the name value. That's it. This will handle our change event. Now let's go here, and here after the checked we are going to use on change, and here I am going to use our handle change. That's it. So after the anonymous toggle, we will have our name field and only show this if not anonymous. Here we are going to check if not form data dot is anonymous. If it is true, then only we are going to show the name input box. So we are going to use a div, and inside this we are going to copy the label from here. So copy this, paste it here, and change the icon to user, and the text will be your name. Then we have a input of type text, name will be name, value will be form data dot name, then on change will be handle change, then the placeholder will be enter your name, and we're going to apply some class name with full border px3 py2 and rounded. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our checkbox and we have this name box. And if I click here, the name input box is hidden. Here we need a text something like that, post anonymously. I think we are missing that. So here after the input we have a label, and here the class name will be text small, text grade 700, and the text will be post anonymously. So now if I hit save and go to our project, now you can see we have our checkbox and the text post anonymous. So anonymously, post anonymously. That's it. So now we have the text, and by clicking this, our name input box is hidden. Awesome. Next, we have this user type select. So after the name, we have user type select, and here we have a div, and inside this div we have a label. I'm going to copy it from here, so copy this and paste it here, and the icon here will be briefcase, and the text will be user type, and then we're going to use the react select, and then here the name will be user type options will be user type options, then the value will be an object, and inside this the value will be form data dot user type, and Then the label will be form data dot user type dot split then dot map will get the individual word and we'll get the first word, and then we're going to start two uppercase plus word dot slice wa, and then dot join. That's it. So what we're doing is our select options is basically in lowercase. The first letter is lowercase. We are just transforming this into a uppercase. That's our label, and that's why we are using this complicated looking functions. Then in the on change we'll get our selected options here, and we're going to set our form data, and we're going to copy everything from the form data, and then the user type, if the selected is true, if the selected have value, otherwise individual customer. That's it. And this one we can make it searchable because we can add more user type later on. So let's use the is searchable to true. That's it. Now if I go to our project, here you can see we have our user type. We have individual customer, business customer, bank employee, former employee, investor, and other. That's it. Next we have this story title and the story text box. So after this user select, we have the title, and here we have a div, and then we have the label. So let's copy the label from here, paste it here. The icon will be file text icon, and the text here will be story title. That's it. Then we have input type will be text, and name will be title, value will be form data dot title, then on change we're going to use our handle change, and the placeholder will be one line summary of your story, and then this one is the required, and then the class name will be widthful border px3 ui2 and rounded. That's it. So now if I go to our project, so here you can see we have our story title, one line summary of your story. It looks like this one. Awesome. Next we have this text area. So after this title we have our description, or you can say the story. Here we have a div and we have a label. So copy this paste it here, and the icon will be file text, and this one will be just story, and then we will have a text area, and text area the name will be story, then the value will be form data dot story. In the home change, this one will be handle change, then placeholder will be describe your story or describe your experience. Then the rows will be 6. This one will be required, and class name will be widthful border px3 py2 rounded, and we use this resize in the y. That's it. So now if I go to our project, so here you can see we have our story text area. Awesome. Finally, we need this share story button. So let's go to our code. Now for the button, we're going to create a separate component, and this button will be special because it will also handle our loading step. So in the utils, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to name it loading button.tsx, and here I'm going to use RFC to create a component boilerplate, and I'm going to mark this as a client component using use client, and here we are going to import something from Lucid React. We're going to import loader to. First, let's create a interface of loading button props, which will extend react dot button HTML attributes, and inside this we will have our HTML button element, and variant props variant props type of button variants from our UI buttons, and you'll also receive a is loading which is an optional, and it is a type of boolean. and we need to import variant prop. So import type from class variant authority, and we're going to import the variant props, and we're going to use the variant props here. So copy this and paste it here. Variant props, that's it. So this is our loading button props. Now we're going to export this. That's why we're going to add this export const, and here what I'm going to do is we're going to use react dot forward ref, and don't worry, I will add this button in the starter file, so you can just copy this, and here we'll have the forward ref HTML button element and loading button props, and here now we are going to get is loading. By default this one will be false, so inside this we'll extract this and we'll get the object, and here I think something is wrong, so let's rewrite this. Now here const, so we need to export first. Export const loading button react dot forward ref, and here we will have our HTML button element and loading button props, this one, and then inside this we need to get the props. So here we will use this ref, so we'll get the props from the ref. Here the first one is loading, which is a type of false, which is by default false. Then it's children, and variant size disabled, and other props. That's it. And now we're going to return a button from our UI button, and inside this we will have our children, and here the ref will be the ref, and then the variant will be the variant, then the size will be the size, class name, here we're going to use cn, a utility function, and the class name. So you also get the class name here. So class name, and pass the class name here. And then the disabled will be if is loading, otherwise disabled. And finally we're going to use our props. That's it. Now here we're going to check if is loading is true, then we're going to use our loader to and this one will have some class name, animate will be spin, then height 6, width 6, margin right will be 2. That's it. And here we're going to use loading button dot display name will be loading button. That's it. So this is our loading button. So here we need to also use the variant. I think we use the variant. Why is that? Here we have a typing mistake, variant ant, and this one will be variant. So that's it. So this is our loading button. It's some complicated one, and I'm going to give you this, and you can use it in your future project also if you want. I'll add this to the starter file. Now let's go to the share story, and here after this div we'll have a submit button, and first we have a div with class name of text right, and then we're going to use our loading button, and this loading button we're going to pass the is loading, which is a type of is loading, and the type will be submit, and we are going to pass some class name bg blue 600, cursor pointer in hover bg blue 700, text white, font semi-bold, py2 px6 rounded, and in the disabled opacity will be 50. That's it. And inside this button we have a span with class name of inline flex item center, and then inside this we have a sand icon from Lucid React, and the send icon will have a class name of width 4, height 4, margin right will be 2, and a text of share story. Now if I hit save and go to our project, here you can see we have our share story button. Awesome. So our form looks amazing. Next we are going to implement the actual submit button to submit our request and send the data to our backend and create a story. Now let's implement the handle submit function. I'm going to the top and these are function. So here first I'm going to prepare a payload which is our data, and here the vibe will be from data dot vibe, then the company name will be from data dot company name, in the is anonymous will be from data dot is anonymous, then user type will be from data dot user type, then the title will be from data dot title, and story will be from data dot story. And then we are going to copy everything from our from data and we are going to check if the from data dot is anonymous. If it is true, then we are not going to add anything. Otherwise we are going to add our name, which will be from data dot name. That's it. So these are payload data. Then I'm going to create the request. So const share story request will be an async function. We're going to use the axios dot post, and we're going to use the template literal and use our base API URL, then slash reviews, not yes reviews slash reviews, and then create. And next we need to pass the payload. That's it. You can use with credential to throw if you are working with cookies, the authentications where you need to check if the user is logged in or not, then you can use this with credential. Then we'll get our result by await. We also need to await here, and here we're going to await handle request. We're going to pass our share story request, and set is loading also. That's it. This will give us the result. Then we're going to check if result dot data dot status is equal to success. Then we're going to show a success message, toast dot success and then your story submitted successfully. That's it. And then we're going to push our router dot push. We need to push our user to the review page. For now we don't have the review page, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the home page to redirect the user. So that's it. So this is our handle submit function. Now let's check this. So let's go to the code here. So let's select a positive review. Let's select a company and let's add my name. Then the user type, let's select the business customer. What line? Say good bank. Service is very good. So now if I click here to share story, so your story submitted successfully. Awesome. Now I'm going to open our MongoDB cluster and select my project, and here I'm going to click here to browse collections. And it's retrieving the data. So here you can see in the bank review we have companies and the stories. So if I click here to stories, and here you can see in the stories we have ID, the vibe which is the positive, the company name, the is anonymous is false, and we have our name, the user type is business customer, the title is good bank, story is service is very good. Awesome. We successfully created story and it's now in the database. Awesome. So let's add another one. Let's this time use a negative preview. Let's say Bikash. Now this time post anonymously. Let's select individual customer. Let's say bad experience. Let's say hi George. Now if I click here to share stories, story is submitted. And if I go to our cluster and let's refresh, and now we have two. The second one is the negative and this one is anonymous true, and we have this anonymous ID and user type is individual customer, title is bad experiences, story high charges. So our story is successfully submitted. So our share story functionality is completed. Next, we are going to build the review page. So if I show you the review page, if I go to the review page, here you can see we have a loader, and this will load our all the reviews, and this section also have pagination, and this section also contains the search option, then this vibe filtering, and you can search by oldest also and search by review. And you can see not every keystroke send the API request, it has some delay. So here we are using a concept called debouncing. So I'm going to show you how you can use this debouncing. So now to build this section, build this page, we first need to create a review page. So in the app, I'm going to create a folder called reviews, and here I'm going to create a page.tsx and then RAFC to create a component boilerplate, and let's name it review page. That's it. So this is our share story page and this is our reviews page. So in the component I'm going to create a folder and I'm going to name it reviews, and here I'm going to create a reviews.tsx, and I'm going to use RAFC to create the component boilerplate, and then add this in our review page. So here we will have our reviews. That's it. Now let's go to the reviews, and here first I'm going to convert this into a client component using use client, and then here first we're going to define some state variable. So first we have company and set company. This one is for the search filtering, so we're going to use state, and initially this one will be an empty string. Then the vibe and set vibe, we're going to use state, and initially this one will be an empty string. Then we have search and set search and use state and empty string. Then we have a sort options, so sort and set sort and use state, and this one will be by default newest, so we are going to use newest. And then we have a page and set page, use state, and by default this one will be the first page, we will show the first page. Then we will have reviews and set reviews, and we're going to use state, and this is the actual review that we're going to fetch from our database. And this one will be an empty array, and this one will be a type of reviews array. That's it. Then we have const total page and set total page, so total pages and set total pages, and use state. We're going to have one total page by default. Then we are going to create a is loading and set is loading, use state, and initially this one will be false. And finally we're going to use router, or we can say that create a router. So const router will be use router, and make sure it's from the next navigation, not from the next router. That's it. This is our router. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to create a hooks for our debounce. So what I'm going to do is in the component I'm going to create a folder called hooks, and inside this we're going to create a use debounce .ts, and then here we're going to export function use debounce, then t, and here we will receive a value of type t and a delay of number, and this one will return the value t. Then inside this we're going to create a debounce and set debounce, and we're going to use state, and we're going to pass the value here. Then we're going to use use effect, and here we're going to create a function called handler, which will be a set timeout function, and this one will set our debounce to value, and then we're going to pass the delay. That's it. Then we're going to return. So basically we are using a cleanup function, so we're going to copy this and paste it here, and we are going to use clear timeout, and inside this we're going to pass the handler function. That's it. And the use effect will have a dependency, so this will change whenever our value change or the delay change. That's it. And then we're going to return debounce. That's it. So this is our debounce hooks. Use debounce hooks. We're going to use this to implement our debouncing. Now let's go to the reviews, and here we will get our debounce value. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a debounce company, and we're going to use debounce hooks, and we're going to pass our value company, and the delay will be 500 milliseconds. That's it. Then we will get the debounced search, and this one will be use debounce, and we'll pass the search term here, and the delay will be 500 milliseconds. That's it. So this is our debounce company and debounce search value. Then we're going to fetch our reviews. So for that we're going to use effect hooks, and we have the dependency array, and inside this we're going to create a function. So I'm going to name this fetch reviews, and this one will be an async function, and we're going to call the fetch reviews. That's it. Now inside this we first create a request. So const review request, this one will be an async function, and we're going to await. We're going to use the axios dot get. We're going to send a get request, and then we're going to use our base API URL. Then we're going to use /reviews /all, and then we're going to use params, and the params will be an object. So we're going to use the company name, and here we're going to pass our debounced company, then vibe. Then for the search we're going to use our debounced search, and then the sort option and the page option. That's it. So this is our review request. Then we will get our result using await handle request, and we're going to pass the review request and set is loading. That's it. Then we're going to check if result dot data dot status if it is equal to success, then we're going to set reviews to result dot data dot reviews. That's it. Then we're going to set the total page with result dot data dot total pages. That's it. And here we need to pass the dependency. So here we are going to pass our debounce company, then the vibe, the debounce search, the sort. So whenever this field changes, we are going to run this and fetch the new data, the filtered data, and then the page. So these are our dependencies. Now let's console log our reviews. So now if I hit save and let's go to the reviews, and if I inspect and if I go to the console, and here you can see we have two array because we have two story. So here you can see this is one story and this is another story. Awesome. So now what we can do is we can create another story. So let's create another story. And another thing is that when I click here, the sidebar doesn't close. So let's fix this. So for that, let's go to the home, Navbar and mobile nav, and here whenever we click on this link, we're going to run our close nav. Also for this one, so on click close nav. That's it. So now if I go to the reviews, it closes and we are in the review page. And let's go to the share story page. It's closed and we are in the share story, and you can see this section is fully mobile responsive. So let's add a neutral review here, and let's use a name like John, bank employee, not bad, not good, working experience, not bad, not good. Let's just add this demo. Now if I click here to share story, we are in the home page, but now we have review page, so we are going to redirect the user to review page. So let's go to the share story. So story, share story, and here we are going to use /reviews. It's saved. Now let's go to the share story again, and let's add another review here. So select a company and let's use anonymous, and let's use investor, very good bank, the experience is nice. So now if I click here to share story, now we are in the review page, and here you can see we now have 4 reviews. Awesome. So we successfully get the reviews from our backend. Next, we're going to start implementing our UI. So let's go to our reviews. So reviews.tsx, here inside this div we have another div with class name of smaller devices. Width will be 80%, width will be full, padding 6, mx auto, and margin top will be 8 RAM. Then inside this div we first have our header. So we're going to use a div with class name of margin bottom 8, and here we'll have h1 with the text reviews, and then a p tag with the text customer feedback and experiences. Now this h1 will have a class name of text 3xl, font bold, text gray 900, margin bottom 2. That's it. Now for the p tag we have a class name of text gray 600, and now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our reviews and customer feedback and experience, just like this one. Then we have this filter box. So after the header we have our filter sections, and here we have a div with class name of bg wide rounded lg. Then we have shadow sm, border padding will be 6, margin bottom will be 8. Now inside this div we have another div with class name of grid. Then the grid calls will be 1. In medium screen grid calls will be 12, gap 14, gap will be 4, items will be end. That's it. Now inside this div we will have another div with class name of in medium screen call span will be 4. Then inside this div we have a label, and we do not need the HTML4. In the label the text will be company, and the label will have some class name. So first this one will be block, text small, font medium, text gray 700, and margin bottom will be 2. Then after the label we have an input of type text. The value will be company. Then in the on change we'll get the event, and we're going to set the company to e.target.value, and then we're going to set our page to 1. That's it. Then we are going to use a placeholder search by company name, and then we're going to add some class name with full px3 py2 border, then rounded md, shadow will be small, in the focus the ring will be 2, and in the focus the ring will be blue 500. Ring blue 500. That's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our box with this search and this company name, just like this one, but the ring is not working, I think, here. So let's check. So not right, this one will be ring 2. So now if I hover, you can see it looks awesome. You can search here. That's it. Next we have this vibe select. So after this div, so this is for the search company, and then we will have our vibe select. Here we will have a div with class name of in medium screen full span 3, and then we have a label. We're going to copy the label from here and then paste it here, and we're going to change this to vibe. Then we will have a select. So here we are going to use the normal select, and here for the value, this one will be self-closing. Remove this. The value will be vibe, and then in the on change we'll get the event, and here we're going to set vibe to e.target.value, and then the set page will be 1. That's it. Now if I go to our project, so here we have the vibe, but it doesn't look good. So sorry, this one will not be a self-closing. We need to pass the option here, and we also have some class name. So I'm going to copy this from here and paste it here, the class name, and here we are going to add background white. That's it. Now here we need to pass the option. So first options, the value will be empty, and this one will be all. Then we have another option, the value will be positive, and here will be positive. Then we have another option, the value will be neutral, and here neutral. And then we have another option, the value will be negative and negative. This one will be lowercase. That's it. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our vibe, all positive, negative and neutral. That's it. Next we have this search. So after this vibe select, we have the search in reviews. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this company search from here and paste it here, and we're going to change some of this. So the company here, this one will be search, Then the type will be text, the value will be search, and then this one will be set search will be e.target.value, and set page will be 1. Placeholder will be searched by reviews, and now if I go to our project, so you can see we have search by reviews, and this one looks exactly like this one. So our filtering section is completed. Next we need to implement this section, which is the top part. So after completing this filtering section, we have our reviews header and sorting option, and here we have a div with class name of flex. Flex will be in the column direction. Then in large screen, flex will be in the row direction. In large screen, items center. In large screen, justify between margin bottom 8 space y 4, and in large screen space y0, not scroll, space y4, and in large screen space y0. That's it. Now inside this div we have another div, and here we have a h1 with the text public reviews, and this one will have a class name of text to excel, font bold, text gray 900, margin bottom 2. Then after the h1 we have a p tag with reviews dot length, and this p tag will have a class name of text gray 600, and here we will also have the text showing, and then this length and reviews. Now if I go to our project, so here public review and showing one review because it's selected to the negative. If I select all, here you can see that showing 4 reviews. Awesome. Then after this div we have another div with class name of flex. Flex will be in the column direction. Smaller devices, flex will be in the row direction. Items will be stored. Smaller devices, items will be centered. Space y3. Smaller devices, space y0, and smaller devices space x4. That's it. Now inside this we have another div with class name of flex, items center, and space x2. Now inside this div we have this filter icon from Lucid React, and this icon has a class name of width 4, height 4, and text gray 500, and then we have a select, and we do not need any name and ID. the value here will be sort, and then in the on change we'll get the event, and here we're going to set our sort to e dot target dot value and set the page to 1, and inside this select, and the select will have some class name, and the class name is border rounded lg px3 py2 text small text gray 700. In the focus, ring will be 2. In the focus, the ring will be blue 500. That's it. Now for the select, we have two options. So first one, the value is newest, and here newest first, and then we have another option, the value will be oldest, and here will be oldest first. That's it. So now if I hit save and go to our project, here you can see newest first and oldest first option, but here the border not showing. Let's check. So here we have a mistake, so this one will be just border. So now you can see we have this border and it looks nice. So newest first or oldest first, that's it. Next we have this write review button. So after the select and after this div, we have a button, and in the button on click we are going to go to the share story page. So router dot push / share story, that's it. Now this button will have some class name of bg gradient 2r from blue 500 from blue 500 to purple 600 text white px6 py2 rounded lg font medium, then hover scale 105 transition all, that's it. And this button will have write reviews. Now if I hit save, and here you can see we have our write review button just like this one. So let's add a cursor pointer here, cursor pointer, that's it. So now it looks great. Next we need this review page and the pagination. So let's go here, and then after completing this review header and sorting options, we have reviews list, and here we first check if loading is true, then we're going to show a div, and this div have a class name of text center, and inside this div we are going to use a loader from our Lucid React, and here we're going to add some class name width 6, height 6, mx auto, and animate spin. That's it. So now if I go to our project and if I reload the page, you will see a loading here. Awesome. So when the request is sent, it will show a loader until we got the data. Awesome. And then if the loading is not true, if not is loading, and then we will have a div and here the div have some class name of greet calls will be 1, in large screen greet calls will be 2, gap will be 6, and margin bottom will be 8. That's it. Now inside this we are going to map through our reviews. We will get the individual review, and we are going to return a review card. So if I show you the review card, so this is the review card. We are going to add a separate component for this review card so that we can reuse this later. So here I'm going to create a review card.css, and I'm going to use RFC to create the component boilerplate, and here I'm going to use our review card, and in the review card we need to add the key will be review dot id, and we are going to pass the review as a props. That's it. Now we have to receive these props in our review card. So let's open the review card, and here at the top we are going to create a type props, and here we are receiving a review which is the type of review, and here we are going to pass the props, and we are going to get the review. That's it. Now here in the review card we are going to convert this into a client component using use client, and here then we are going to first create a is expanded and set is expanded, and we are going to use state, and initially this one will be false, and then we are going to, so we are doing this because for the long story we are going to initially show a shorter part and then a see more button, so when the user click on the see more, the full story will be visible. And here the max length will be 150, and then we're going to create a show see more, and we're going to use review dot story dot length if it is greater than max length. That's it. Then we're going to create a get vibe color function where we will receive a vibe which will be type of string, and here we're going to use a switch case and we're going to pass the vibe, and here first case is positive. In that case we're going to return text green 700, bg green 100, and border green 200. Then for the negative case we're going to return text red 700, bg red 100, and border red 200. And for the default, that means the neutral, we're going to return text yellow 700, bg yellow 100, and border yellow 200. That's it. So this will give us the vibe color. Then we're going to create a const display content, and here we're going to check if should show see more. If it is true and this is not expanded, and it is not expanded, in that case we're going to use review dot story dot substring 0, max length, and plus dot dot dot. Otherwise we are going to show the full story. That's it. So here we are checking if should see more. If it is true and is expanded is not true, then we are going to show the substring, otherwise the full story. So basically we are checking if the user click the see more, then we are going to show the full story. Otherwise, if the length is greater than 150, we are going to show a see more button. So this is the display content. Now here for the first step we have some class name of vj wide, rounded excel, shadow small, border will be gray 200, padding will be 6, in hover shadow will be large, transition all, duration 300 millisecond, and in hover the border will be blue 200. That's it. So now if I go to our project, here you can see we have our 4 review card with hover effect, just like this one. Awesome. Then inside this div we first have the header, So here we have a div with class name of flex. Flex will be in the column direction. Smaller devices. Flex will be in the row direction. Smaller devices. Item will be star. Smaller devices. Justify will be between margin bottom 4 space y3 in smaller devices space y0. That's it. Now inside this div we have another div with class name of flex1. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of flex. Flex will be wrap. Items will be center. SpaceX will be 3 and margin bottom will be 3. Now inside this div we have a h3 with review dot company name, and this h3 have a class name of smaller devices text excel. Text will be large. Font bold. Text gray 900. That's it. Then we have a span with class name of, and here we're using a template literal of px3. py will be 1. Text small. Font medium. Rounded full and border, and then we're going to use our get white color, and we're going to pass review dot white. That's it. And inside this span we will have review dot white. That's it. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our company name and the white. This one is positive, this one is the neutral, this one is negative, and this one is positive. So it looks good, just like this one. Then after this header, we have review title, and here we will have a div. No, here we have a h4 with review dot title, and this h4 have a class name of smaller devices, text large, text base, font semi-bold, text gray 800, margin bottom 4, and leading will be relaxed. That's it. So now if I go here, you can see we have our story title, just like this one. Then we have our review content. So we have a div with class name of margin bottom of 6. Inside this we have a p tag with class name of text gray 700, text smaller devices, text base, and leading relaxed. And here we're going to use our display content. Now if I hit save and go to our project, here you can see we have our story description content. Awesome. Next we have a line and then the username date. So before that, after the P, we are going to check if should see more, should show see more. If it is true, then we are going to show a button and in the button on click we are going to run a function and set is expanded to not is expanded. That's it. And then we are going to add some class name here: magenta 4, flex, item center, space text 1, text blue 600, and hover text blue 700, font semi-bold, transition all, transition colors, text small, smaller devices, text base. That's it. Now inside this button we have a span, and here inside this span we're going to check if is expanded is true, then we're going to use C less, otherwise C more. That's it. And then we're going to check if is expanded. If it is true, then we're going to use a chevron up icon. This one will have a class name of width 4, height 4, otherwise we're going to use a chevron down icon, and this one will have a class name of width 4 and height 4. So now if I hit save, now we are not going to see this because none of our story is more than 150 character. So what I'm going to do is, here I'm going to generate a random text using lorem ipsum generator. This is an extension. You can install this extension here and you can create random text. Now I'm going to go to our shared story. First I'm going to paste the text here, and let's select a company like a negative preview. Let's select a company, post anonymously. Let's say investor, and very bad experience. Now if I click here to share story, the story is submitted. We're in the review page, and here you can see our text is not showing the full text. We have the see more button, and if I click here it will show all the text, and if I click here it will show less text. So that's the functionality that we implemented using this should show see more button. That's it. After that we have our footer part, so footer, and here we have a div with class name of flex. Flex will be in the column direction, smaller devices. Flex will be in the row direction, smaller devices. Items will be center, smaller devices. Justify will be between. Padding top will be 4. Border top. Border will be gray 100. Space y2. And smaller devices. Space y0. Now I'm going to hit save. Now inside this div we have another div with class name of flex, items center, space h2, text gray 600, and then inside this div we have a user icon from Lucid React, and this one will have a class name of width 4, height 4, and we have a span with class name of font medium, text small, smaller devices, text base. Now inside this span we're going to use our review dot name, otherwise review dot anonymous id. So here in the review, let's go to the type, and we have the is anonymous, but we don't have the is anonymous id, I think. So after the name we will have anonymous id, which is an optional, and type string. So anonymous id. Now if I hit save, and let's go back to our review card, and this one will be anonymous id. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our anonymous id. This one also anonymous. Here we have the name John. Here this is the anonymous id, and here we have my name. Awesome. So next, after this div, we have another div with class name of flex, items center, text small, smaller devices, text base, space x2, and text gray 500. Awesome. And then here we're going to use a calendar icon from Lucid React, and this one will have some class name. So class name width 4, height 4, and then we have a span, and inside this span we're going to use new date, and we're going to pass our review dot created at, and then dot to local date string, and we're going to use US, and then here we're going to pass some option. Year will be numeric, then the month will be long, and then the day numeric. That's it. So now if I go to our project, so here you can see we have our date, the event creation date. Awesome. Then after completing the footer, we have helpful actions. So here we have a div with class name of margin top of 4, padding top of 4, and border in the top, border gray 100. That's it. Now inside this div we have another div with class name of flex, item center, and justify between. That's it. Now inside this div we'll have another div with class name of hidden smaller devices, flex, items center, space x4. Now inside this div we have a button with class name of flex, items center, space x1, text gray 500. In hover the text will be blue 600, and transition colors. And inside this button we have a span with class name of text small, and here we have a emoji. So I'm going to copy the emoji from here. So this is the emoji, thumbs emoji, and paste it here. And then we have another span with class name of text small, font medium, and here this one will be helpful. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have our text, but its color is white. So here this one will be text gray 500. Now here you can see we have helpful. Next we have this report. So I'm going to copy this button and paste it underneath, and here we're going to change the emoji. For the second one we have this flag, red flag, and here the text will be report, and in the hover text red will be $600. Now if I hit save and go to our project, here you can see we have our report and helpful option, just like this one. Then we have a button to view company profile. So after this div we have another button with view company profile, and this button have some class name, text blue 600. In the hover the text blue 700, text small, font medium, and transition colors. That's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have our view profile. So our review card looks awesome, and you can see it looks premium and looks great. And we can search by component name, and now you can see by this name we have one bank, and we can filter through positive, neutral, or negative, and we can also search by so our search is not working for some reason. So here can't use @ option with string. So here something is wrong. We are going to fix it, but for now let's next implement the pagination. So here we completed the review card, and let's go to the review.tsx, and here after the review list we have our pagination. So here we have our pagination. So here first we have a div with class name of flex, justify center, margin top 8, margin bottom 8, and space x2. That's it. Now inside this we are going to use array dot form, and the length will be total pages, and then we'll get the index. We don't need the value, and then inside this we have a button, and this button we are going to pass the key, which will be I, and then we're going to use a class name, and we're going to use a template literal, and here we have px3, py1, cursor pointer, then rounded, and then we're going to check if page is equal to I plus 1, that means the current page. Then we're going to apply bg blue 600, text white, otherwise we're going to use bg gray 200 and text gray 800. That's it. And here in the on click we are going to set page I plus 1, and here this one will be I plus 1. That's it. So now if I go to our project, here we only have one, that's why we are in the first page. Now let's add some stories so that we have pagination. So let's add a negative one, web review. Let's click here to share story. The story is submitted and we are redirected to this page. Let's add another story, this time positive. Let's enter the name and for the title, very good institution, good services. Now if I click here to share story, now here it's showing 6 and now we have this second page. So if I click here, it will go to the second page and now we have this one review. That means our paginations also works properly. Now let's check this to the oldest and now we are showing the oldest one where you can see the date. This is the 15 August and then we have the 16 August. That means this also works and we can filter out through neutral, but somehow this search is not working. So here we are having some error. So let's inspect and you can see it's also mobile responsive. Let's go to the console and so here we have some error in the get request, can't use option with string. So let's find out where the error is. So I think I find the problem. The problem is in our backend in the review controller, and here for the search we are using this option, but this one will be options. So now if I hit save and now let's go back to our review and now if I go to our project, now if I search here like good, now it's filtering, so we have 0 result and now you can see we have this 4 result using this search. Let's use vary and now we have 3 with this text vary. So our filtering works properly, our debounce works properly. We can search by company name, we can then search by vibe, we can search by review text, and we can use the oldest and newest, and all of this works perfectly. And this page is also mobile responsive. You can see in the mobile it looks great. So our reviews functionality works properly. We successfully fetch the reviews from the backend, we show the reviews, and we implemented filtering. So our review page is completed. Next, we are going to build the company page. So if I show you the company's page, so in our app, we don't have the company page. Let's show this to the deployed one. So if I click here to companies, here you can see we have the company statistics, the total number of company, total reviews, and average complaint rate. And then we have this company list, company card, and we also have pagination here in this page. And we can search company here. So we don't have anyone. Then we can see the complaint rate, high or low filtering, and by filter by total reviews. So we are also going to implement all of this filtering. So now first let's create this page. So in the app we are going to create a companies folder and then create a page.css and rfc to create a component boilerplate, and let's name this company page. That's it. Then in the component, I'm going to create another folder and name this company, and here I'm going to create a company.tsx, and then I'm going to use RFC to create a component boilerplate and then add this in our page, company page. So here I'm going to add our company page, the company component. So now if I hit save and go to our project, and if I reload the page, now you can see we are in the company page. Now let's go to the company.tsx, and here we are going to convert this into a client component using use client, and then here we are going to create two types. So first one is type sort field, and the sort field we are going to sort this by complaint rate or using total reviews. That's it. Then we're going to use type and sort order. So we'll sort this using ascending or descending. Ascending or descending. That's it. Then we are going to first define some state variable. So first we have sort field and set sort field, and we're going to use state hooks, and by default this one will be complaint rate, and here we will have our sort field. That's it. Then we will have another one which is sort order and set sort order. We're going to use state, and by default this one will be descending, and this will be a type of sort order. That's it. Then we will have a companies and set companies, use state, and this one will be an empty array. Then we're going to use page, set page, use state, and by default this one will be 1. Then we have limit. So for the limit we are going to use state and 9. So here we are not using the set limit function because this one will be constant for now. If you want, you can use a set limit and you can change this by clicking a button, or you can create a new filter for the user to choose how many company they can see at once in a one page. Then const total companies and set total companies and to state, initially this one will be 0. Then we have loading is loading and set is loading, and use state, this one will be 0, not 0, sorry, this one will be false. Then we will have a search queries and set search query, use state, and this one will be empty string. So this is our state variable. Then we are going to use the debounce here. So we will get the debounce search. So const debounce search, and we're going to use our use debounce hooks, and we're going to pass the search query and the delay 500 milliseconds. That's it. Then we're going to create another state variable. So let's define the state variable here. So const total stats and set total stats, and we're going to use state, and here initially the average complaint rate, the average complaint rate will be 0. The total companies will be 0, and total reviews will be 0. That's it. Then we will first fetch our total stats. So fetch total stats. So we're going to use effect, and this here we will pass the dependency array, not here, and then inside this we're going to first create a fetch total stat function. This one will be an async function, and then we're going to call this. That's it. Now inside this we're going to create a request. So total stat request, and this one will be an async function, and here we're going to await xls dot get, and we're going to use our base API URL and slash companies slash total stats. That's it. And then we'll get our result by await handle request, and by passing the total stat request, and set is loading. So here we actually don't need to pass the state is loading. We can just use this total stat request. Then we're going to check if we have result, then we're going to set total stats to result dot data dot data dot stat. That's it. Now if I console log, so console log total stat, and if I hit save and if I inspect, go to the console, and if I reload the page, so here you can see our total stats. The average complaint rate is this value, which is not realistic, and then the total companies is 87 and total review is 7, but our average complaint rate is not showing the correct value, I think. So let's try to find out why is that. So I find the problem in our controller, in the company controller, and here in the get all companies total stats functions. Here to calculate the average complaint rate, we use this total companies, which is wrong. This one will be total complaints. So now if I hit save, now let's go to our company.tsx, and now if I go to our project and if I reload the page, go to the console, and now you can see the average complaint rate is 42.86. Now we get the percentage value of the average complaint rate. Awesome. Then after fetching the total stats, what we need to do is we need to get the total, the all companies stats. So here we get all companies stats. This is the individual company stats. So we're going to use effect hooks, and we're going to pass the dependency array, and here inside this we're going to create a function called get company stats. This one will be an async function, and then we're going to call this function get company stats. Now inside this function we need to create, first what we are going to do is const sort params, and here we're going to check the sort field. If the sort field is equal to total reviews, then we're going to use a template literal and then reviews and then the sort order. Otherwise we're going to use complaint rate, complaints, and the sort order. That's it. These are sort param. Then we're going to create the request. So const company stat request. We're going to create async function axios dot get. Then we're going to use our base API URL slash companies slash stats, and then we're going to pass our params. So params, and here first we're going to pass the page, then the limit, then the sort will be sort param, and search will be debounce search. That's it. So this is our request. Then we will get our result by await handle request, and we are going to pass the company stat request, and then we're going to pass the set is loading also. Then we're going to check if we have result. In that case, we are going to set our companies to result dot data dot companies, and we're going to set total companies to result dot data dot data dot total companies. So result dot data dot total companies. That's it. Now we need to pass the dependencies. The dependencies will be limit, page, sort field, sort order, and debounce search. That's it. Now let's console log our companies. So let's add a companies. So now if I inspect and go to our project, and if I reload the page, so here we have the same options problem. So let's go to our code, let's go to the company controller, and we are using this get companies all stats. So this one will be company options, and so now let's hit save and go to our project, and if I reload again, and now we get 8 companies because we are using the pagination here. So first we get these 9 companies because we use the limit to 9. Awesome. So we successfully get our companies from the backend. So let's go to the company.tsx. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to here create a get sort icon function which will receive a field of type sort field, and then inside this we're going to return if the sort order is so here inside this first we're going to check if the field is not equal to sort field, then we're going to return null. Otherwise we're going to check if the sort order is equal to descending, then we're going to use chevron up icon. Otherwise we're going to use chevron down icon. That's it. Now the both icon will have class name of width 4, height 4, margin left 1. So that's it. This will give us the proper icon based on the sorting. Then we're going to create another function called handle sort, and here we'll receive the field which is a type of sort field, and here we're going to check if field is equal to sort field, then we're going to set sort order, and then we're going to check the sort order. If it is ascending, then we're going to make it descending, otherwise we're going to make it ascending. That's it. In the else case, we're going to set sort field to field and set sort order, and we're going to check the field. If it is equal to complaint rate, then we're going to use descending, otherwise ascending. That's it. So this is our handle sort, and we're going to create another function to go to the top. So scroll to top. So this function will go to the top, and we're going to use this in our pagination. So when we are at the bottom of the page and we click on the next page, we want that the page will go to the top again. So that's why we're using this function. So here the window dot scroll to top. So scroll to 0, 0. That's it. Then we are going to create a constant to calculate if last page, and we are going to use page dot limit if it is greater than or equal to total companies. So this will our last page. So that's it. Next we're going to start the designing of our component. Now here the first div have a class name of smaller devices, width will be 80%, width full, padding 8, mx auto, margin bottom will be 8, and margin top will be 8 prime. Then inside this div we have our header. So we have a div, and inside this div we have h1 with the text company statistics. This h1 will have a class name of smaller devices, text to excel, text to excel, font bold, text gray 900, margin bottom will be 2, and then after the h1 we'll have a p tag with the text details, performance metrics based on customer reviews. And this p tag has a class name of text gray 600. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see our company statistics text and this details performance metrics based on the customer review. Next, first we have this statistics total stats card. So after this header we have stats card, and for the stats card we are going to create a separate component in our company folder, and I'm going to name this total stats.tsx, and then I'm going to use RFC to create the component boilerplate. And now here first we have a div with class name of greet calls 1, in medium screen greet calls 3, cap 6, margin bottom 8, margin top 8. That's it. Now inside this we have our total stats. So here we're going to pass some prop. First the title. For first one the title will be total companies, and the type will be companies, and the value will be total stats dot total companies. So we have two more, so I'm going to copy this two more time. For the second one the title will be total reviews, the type will be reviews, and the value will be total stats dot total reviews. And the third one is average complaint rate, and the type will be complaints, and the value will be, we're going to use the template literal, value will be total stats dot average complaint rate, and then a percentage. That's it. So these are our total stats. Now we have to receive the props in the total stats. So let's open the total stats, and here at the top we're going to use the type props, and here we're receiving a type. The type can be companies, otherwise reviews, otherwise complaints. Then we're receiving a title of type string and a value of type string or number. That's it. Now we're going to pass the prop here, and we're going to import our title, type, and value. And then here I'm going to create a function to get icon, and here we're going to use a switch case, and we're going to use the type. So based on the type, the first case is companies. So for the companies we're going to return a building two icon with class name of width 8, height 8, text blue 600. That's it. Then for the case reviews, we are going to return a bar chart icon, bar chart 3 from Lucid React, and I'm going to copy this class and paste it here and change the color to green 600. That's it. For the third case, this one will be complaints, and in that case we are going to return a trending down icon, and let's copy this class name from here, paste it here, and the text will be red 600. That's it. So this will give us the proper icon based on our type. So for the company, it will be a blue building icon. For the reviews, it will be a green chart icon, and for the contents, it will be a red trending down icon. That's it. Now here for the first edit, we're going to use a class name of bg wide rounded lg shadow small, then border will be gray 200 and padding 6, and then inside this we'll have another div with class name of flex. Items will be start, justify, between. That's it. And then inside this we have another div, and then inside this div we have a p tag with the title and another p tag with the value. The first p tag have a class name of text small, font medium, text gray 600, and margin bottom 2. And for the second p tag we have a class name of text 3xl, font bold, and text gray 900. That's it. Then after this div we'll have another div with class name of flex shrink flex shrink 0, and inside this we are going to use our get icon, and we are going to call this. That's it. So now if I go to our project, so here you can see we have our total company, total reviews, and average complaint rate, exactly like this one, and it looks awesome. You can see we have the proper icon and the value. Awesome. So total stats is complete. Now let's go to the company.tsx. So after the stats card, we have this company performance ranking text and this filtering options. So after this we have our company ranking. So here we have a div with class name of margin top of 12, Then inside this div we have sort controls. So first we have a div with class name of flex in the column direction, smaller devices, flex will be in the row direction, smaller devices, items center, and smaller devices, justify between, and margin bottom 6. Now inside this div we have a h2 with the text company performance ranking, and this h1 will have a class name of smaller devices, text to excel, otherwise text will be excel, font bold, text gray 900, and margin bottom 2. Then after this h1 we have a p tag with the text click on the matrix to sort companies, and this p tag have a class name of text gray 600. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have our text, but this h1 and p tag will be inside a div. That's it. So now they are looking good, just like this one. This one will be rankings, and then after this div we have another div, and this div have some class name of flex. Flex will be wrap gap 2, margin top 4, and smaller devices margin top 0. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of flex1. Then inside this div we have an import of type text. The placeholder will be search companies. The value will be search query, and in the on change we'll get the event, and we're going to set our search query to e dot target dot value. That's it. Then we have some class name of widthful px4 py2 border. In the placeholder text, the text will be base, smaller devices, placeholder, then text base, border will be gray 300, rounded LG. In the focus, outline will be none. In the focus, the ring will be 2, and in focus the ring will be blue 400. So now if I hit save and go to our project, where you can see we have our search companies search bar. Awesome. Next, after this search company, we have a button, and when we click on this button, we're going to call our handle sort, and we're going to pass the complaint rate. That's it. And then we're going to apply some class name. We're going to use template literal for the class name, and here we are going to use flex item center px3 py2 rounded lg text small font medium transition all, and then we are going to check if the sort field is equal to complaint rate then we're going to apply bg blue 100 text blue 700 border and border blue 200. That's it. Otherwise bg gray 100 text gray 600 in hover bg gray 200. That's it. So this is our classes, and here we will have the text complaint rate, and we are going to use our get sort icon, and we are going to pass the complaint rate. Now I'm going to hit save and go to our project. Here you can see we have our complaint rate. Awesome. So we can add a cursor pointer here. So cursor pointer, that's it. So now this looks good. So this is our complaint rate. Then we have another button, so I'm going to copy this and paste it underneath. So in this button, when we click, we're going to pass total reviews, and in the class name, here we're going to check if this is total reviews. That's it. And here this one will be total reviews, and here we're going to pass the total reviews. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our complaint card and the total review. Awesome. So it looks exactly like this one. Great. So we completed the top part. Next we need to build the card. So for the card, we're going to create a separate component in our company, and I'm going to name it card.tsx, and I'm going to use RFC to create the component boilerplate. And then here in the company, so after completing this sort control, we are going to use our company card. Here first we are going to check if is loading. In that case we are going to use a div with class name of text center, and we are going to use a loader from Lucid React, and we're going to add a class name of width 6, height 6, mx autumn, and animate spin. That's it. And then we're going to check if not is loading, then we're going to show our card component. You can name this company card if you want, and here we're going to pass our company, which is the company. That's it. Now we have to receive these props in the card. So let's go to the card, and here at the top we're going to use type props and companies. We are receiving companies, which is a type of company type array. Then we are going to import our company, and first let's add the props companies. That's it. Now if I go to our project, so here we have the card. So now if I reload the page, you can see the loader and the text card. So the loading also works properly. Next we need to build the card component. Now here inside the card, first I am going to create a router. So const router, and we are going to use router from next navigation. That's it. Then I'm going to create a function to get complaint rate color. So const get complaint rate color, and here we're going to pass the rate as a number, and then inside this we're going to check if rate is greater than 35, then we're going to return text rate 600, bg rate 50. If the rate is greater than 25, then we are going to return text yellow 600 and bg yellow of 50, and otherwise return text green 600 and bg green 50. That's it. This will give us the proper color based on the complaint rate. Now here the first div have a class name of grid. Grid calls will be 1. In medium screen, grid calls will be 2. In extra large, grid calls will be 3, and gap 6. Now inside this we're going to map through our companies. So companies dot map, and we will get the company, individual company, and index, and then we're going to return a div and inside this div the key will be company.id, and then we're going to add some class name. So we have busy of white rounded lg. Now rounded will be extra large, and then we're going to use shadow md. Then we have border will be gray 200, and then we have padding of 6. In the hover the shadow will be lg, and then transition all duration will be 300 millisecond. So duration 300 millisecond. In hover border will be blue 200, and we're going to use group. So now if I hit save and go to our project, here you can see we have our card item. So we have card item with this shadow and hover effect. Then inside this div we will have our rank batch. So here we have a div with class name of flex. Items will be start, justify will be between, and then margin bottom will be 4. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of flex items center, and space x will be 3. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of flex items center, justify center, width 10, height 10, bg will be gradient, so bg gradient to br from blue 500 and to purple 600, text white and rounded full, font bold, and text will be large. Now inside this div we're going to use index plus 1. So now if I hit save and go to our project, here you can see we have our 1 2 3 4 5 6 and the numbering. Awesome. Then after the rank batch we have the company name. So company name, here we have a div with class name of margin bottom will 4, and then inside this we have a h3 with company dot name, and this h3 will have a class name of text extra large, font bold, and text gray 900, in the group over text will be blue 600, and transition colors. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our company name just like this. Awesome. After the company name we have the matrix grid. So I'm going to add a comment here, matrix grid, and here we have a div with class name of grid. Grid calls will be 2, gap 4, and margin bottom will be 4. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of bggray50 rounded lg and padding will be 3. Now inside this div we have another div with class name of flex item center spaces 2 and margin bottom 1. Then inside this we're going to use a user icon from Lucid React, and then we're going to use a span with the text total reviews, and the user will have a class name of width 4 height 4 text blue 500, and the span will have some class name of text extra small font medium text gray 500 uppercase tracking width, not width, tracking will be white. That's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have the user icon and the text total reviews just like this one, but here the icons is different. So we're going to use users icon. That's it. Now it's the correct icon and it looks like this one, and we have a subtle background color also. Then after this div we have a p tag with company dot total reviews, and this p tag will have a class name of text to excel font bold and text gray 900. That's it. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have the number of review. So these three have 1 review, just like this one. Next, after this div we have another div with class name of, and here we're going to use template literal, and first we have rounded lg, padding will be 3, and then we're going to call our get complaint rate color, and we're going to pass company dot complaint rate. That's it. And inside this div we'll have another div with class name of flex item center space x2 and margin bottom will be 1. Then inside this div we have an icon of trending down from Lucid React, and this icon have a class name of width 4 height 4, and then we have a span with the text complaint rate, and the span have a class name of text extra small font medium uppercase and tracking white. That's it. Then after this div we have a p tag with class name of text to excel font bold, and inside this we're going to use company dot complaint rate dot to fixed one and then the percentage. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have the complaint rate box and this one is 100%. This 3 is 100% complaint rate. And if I use the complaint rate down, then we have the less complaint rate bank here. Awesome. Next, after completing this matrix grid, we have review breakdown. Review, let's add a comment. Review breakdown. That's it. Here we first have a div with not children, class name of space y2, and then inside this div we have another div with class name of flex item center justify between. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of flex item center and space x2. Then inside this div we have an icon which is trending up from Lucid React, and this one have a class name of width 4 height 4 text green 500. That's it. And then we have a span with the text positive, and this span have a class name of text extra small font medium and text gray 700. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have the icon and the text positive just like this one. Then we have the number of positive reviews. So here after this div, we have another span, and here we're going to use our company dot positive count, and this span have a class name of text small font bold and we have text green 600. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see there we have 0 positive 0 0, and this bank have 1 positive review, so it looks good. Next we need another one for the negative review, so I'm going to copy this. So let's add a comment here positive, and I'm going to copy this and paste it underneath, and this one will be for neutral. And here we're going to change some design. Here we're going to use, here instead of the icon we're going to use a div, and the text here we do not need the text. We are going to use bg yellow 500, and then for this text this one will be neutral, and here we have company dot neutral count, and this one will be text yellow 600. That's it. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we also need to add a rounded full. That's it. So now here we have the neutral 0, 0, 0. So it looks like this one. Then we have the negative. So for the negative, I'm going to copy this positive portion from here, and then I'm going to add a comment negative, and I'm going to paste it here. And then we need to change something. So first, the icon, this one will be trending down, and the text here will be negative, and for the trending down here, this one will be text rate 500, and here also rate 500, and this one will be company dot negative count. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see this one have one negative review, this one have one, and then we have 0. So now it looks awesome, just like this one. Great. So next what we have is we have this progress bar. So after completing this review breakdown, now inside this review breakdown, after completing this positive negative, and here we will have our progress bar. So here we have a div with class name of margin top 4. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of flex justify between text extra small, and then text gray 500, margin bottom will be 1. Then we have a span with the text positive ratio, and then we have another span, and inside this span we're going to check if company dot total reviews, if it is greater than 0, in that case we're going to use a template literal. Now inside this template literal we're going to use this, and then here we're going to use company dot positive count divided by company dot total reviews, and then we're going to multiply this with 100, and we're going to wrap this inside another one, and then dot to fixed 1%, otherwise 0.0%. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see the positive ratio is 0%, 0%. For this one it's 100% because it has one review and it is positive review. Awesome. So after this span and after completing this div, we have another div with class name of width full bg gray 200 rounded full and height 2. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of bg gradient to r then from green 400 to green 600, height to rounded full, and transition all, duration 500 millisecond. And then we're going to add some extra style. So style, this is the style object, and then the width will be company dot total reviews. If it is greater than 0, in that case we're going to use company dot positive count divided by company dot total reviews, and we're going to use this first bracket, then to fixed, not to fixed, we need to multiply this into 100, and then percent, otherwise 0%. That's it. So now if I go to our project, so here you can see we have our progress bar, and for this one, for the positive review 100%, you can see it's 100%. So let's remember this breakbank. We're going to add a negative preview here. So let's go to the story, share story, and let's select a negative preview, this bank, anonymous, bad bank, let's say bad experience, then share story. Story is submitted. Now let's go to the companies, and now here you can see the total review is true and the complaint rate is 50% because one positive and one negative, and here you can see the positive ratio and it's filled only 50%. Awesome. So this is our progress bar. Then after the progress bar, and after completing this review breakdown, we have our action buttons, action button. So here we have a div, and this div, when we click on this div, so on click, we're going to run a function, and we're going to use our router dot push, and we're going to push to slash company slash then the company ID. This page is not implemented. This will be our company detail page that we are going to build later. Now this div have some class name. So first margin top will be 6, padding top will be 4, border will be top, border gray 100. That's it. Now inside this we have a button with the text view details. Now this button have class name of with full, bg will be gradient to r from blue 500 to purple 600, hover from blue 600 hover to purple 700 to purple 700, text white, py will be 2, px will be 4, rounded lg, font medium, transition all. Then we have duration of 200 and transform, we are going to use transform, and hover scale 105. That's it. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have this beautiful view details button. Let's add a cursor pointer. So now you can see we have our cursor pointer working just like this one, and we have this hover effect also just like this one. So this is our company card. Next we need to implement the pagination. So this is our pagination. So let's go to the company.tsx again, and here after showing the company card we are going to implement our pagination. So after this we are going to have a div with class name of margin top of a, flex, justify center, space x4. That's it. Now inside this we'll have a button, and when you click on this button, in the on click will run a function, and inside this we're going to set page, and we'll get the previous, and then we're going to use math dot max, and then previous -1, comma 1. That's it. And then we're going to call our scroll to top to go to the top. That's it. Now this button will be disabled when page is equal to 1, because this is the first page, this is the previous page. When we are on the first page we don't have any previous page, that's why this will be disabled. Then we're going to add some class name. Px will be 4, py will be 2, then bg grade 200, rounded, in the hover we have bg grade 300, in the disabled opacity will be 50. That's it. And here the text will be previous. Then after this button we have a span with the class name of text gray 700 and font medium, and the span will show the text, page, and then the page. That's it. Then after the span we'll have another button, and here in the on click we're going to run a function and we're going to set our page. We'll get the previous page, and we're going to strip +1, and then we're going to call our scroll to top. That's it. And this button will be disabled when we are in the last page. So we're going to pass our is last page. Then we have some class name px4 py2 bg gray 200 rounded in hover bg gray 300 and disabled opacity 50. That's it, and the text will be next. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have our previous and next page. What we can do is here use the item center. So now you can see the previous page is disabled because we are in the first page, and we can click here to go to the next page. You can see it's fetching our next page, so we are in the next page, and here you can see the page. We have second page, and now we can go back to the previous page, or we can go to the next page. So this is our third page. Awesome. And if you click here, it will go to the previous page. Now we're in the second page, and now we are in the first page. So our pagination works properly, our design looks amazing. And let's search a company like IFIC, and you can see we only found one. Then let's see, let's check on the complaint rate down, and these are all the complaint rate with 0%. And then let's select total reviews up, and here I think the total review is not working as expected, so we need to check this. So let's go to the code and let me try to find the problem. Okay, so I find the problem. The problem is here in our front end. If you notice, let's go to the company, and here we are sending reviews and then the order, but in our backend here it's taking review. So what we need to do, we need to make our front end here in the company to make this only review. So now if I hit save, now if I go to our project, and now if I reload the page, and now if I click here to total reviews, and now you can see this bank have two review, which is the highest. That's why it's showing first, then 1 1 1 1 1 1, and then the 0. So now our total reviews works properly. Our complaint rate also working, our search also working, and our pagination is also working. So let's check the responsiveness. So if I select a mobile device, you can see in mobile device it also fit perfectly and looks amazing. So our company page is completed. Next, we are going to implement the company detail page. So if I show you the company detail page, so here if I click this one, it will redirect us to the company detail page where we have a loader, then we have the bank name, then we have key performance metrics, then we have this complaint rate analysis, and then we have the review distribution and the total review for this bank. Now we are going to implement this beautiful page. So for that, first in the app, not in the backend, in the app, inside these companies, we are going to create a dynamic routes using this third bracket and id. This one will give us the id, and then inside this we're going to use page.tsx, and I'm going to use RFC to create the component boilerplate and name this company details page, and this one will be an async function because in Next.js 15 to extract the id from the params is an asynchronous operation. And first inside in the top we are going to declare the props. The props will be params, and the params will be a type promise, and here we will have an object with id of type string. Now we are going to pass the props here, and then we are going to get the params, and then we are going to get the id by await params dot id. That's it. Now I'm going to show the id here. So now if I hit save and go to our project, and if I click one of these view details, and we are in the company detail page, and here you can see we have the id. Now the text is not showing because we need to add some padding. So padding top will be 8 gram. So now if I hit save, now you can see the company details with the id. Awesome. Now I'm going to remove this because we do not need the styling here, and then in the company folder I'm going to create a company details .tsx component, and I'm going to use RFC to create the component boilerplate, and then here we're going to use our company details, and we're going to pass the id as a props. That's it. Now in the company details page, at first I'm going to convert this into a client component using use client. Then we will get a prop, so let's use prop. We will get the id, which is a type of string. Now we are going to pass the props here, and we are going to import the id. That's it. Now inside this, first we are going to define some state variable. So here const company and set company use state, and this one will be empty, and this will be a type of company type. That's it. Then we'll have a is loading and set is loading. We're going to use state, and initially this one will be false. Then we're going to calculate the total. We're going to use company dot total reviews, otherwise 0. This will give us the total. Then we're going to calculate the positive percent. For the positive percent, we're going to check if total is equal to 0. In that case 0, otherwise we're going to calculate. So company dot positive count, otherwise 0, then divided by the total number. Then we are going to multiply this with 100. That's it. This will give us the positive percent. Same way we are going to calculate the negative percent and neutral percent. So I'm going to copy it 2 more times. So this is the positive one, then this one will be neutral percent, and here the company dot neutral count, and then this one will be negative percent, and here this one will be company dot negative count. That's it. So this is our positive, neutral and negative count. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to open my card, and here I'm going to copy this complaint rate color, and then I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to add one more style here. For the first one, the border will be red 200. For this one, border will be yellow 200, and then border green 200. That's it. Then we're going to fetch the company details. So fetch company details. We're going to use effect hooks. We will use a dependency array. That's it. Now inside this, first I'm going to create a fetch company details function, which will be an async function, and then I'm going to call this. That's it. Now inside this function, we're going to create the request const company details request. This one will be an async function. We're going to await axios dot get, and we're going to use our base API URL slash companies slash, and then we're going to pass the ID. That's it. This is the request. Then we will get the result by await handle request, and then pass the company details request, and set is loading. That's it. Now if we found the result, then we're going to set our company to result dot data dot company. That's it. And here we have one dependency for which is ID. That's it. So now let's console log the company. So now if I hit save, and let's go to our project, and if I inspect and go to the console, and if I reload the page, so here we are having an error that can't find these companies. So here we have a typing mistake. This one will be companies. So now if I hit save, and now if I reload the page, and now you can see we have the details. We have the complaint rate, we have the created at name, negative count, neutral count, positive count, and total reviews, and all of this. So we successfully get the company details. Awesome. Then here we're going to check if loading, if is loading, then we're going to return a div with first name of width full, height will be screen, flex, item center, justify center, and flex will be in the column direction. Then inside this div we'll have a loader from Lucid React, and then this loader have a class name of width 8, height 8, and animate spin. That's it. So now if I go to our project and if I reload the page, you can see initially we have the loader. Awesome. Then here the first div have a class name of margin top 8 RAM, smaller devices width will be 80%, width will be full, padding will be 6, MF will be auto. That's it. Now inside this div we have another div with class name of padding 6, border will be bottom, border gray 200. That's it. Now inside this div we have another div with class name of flex, item center, space x4. Now inside this div we have another div with class name of flex, item center, justify center, width 12, height 12, bg, gradient to bottom right, and from blue 500 to purple 600, and text white, and rounded XL. That's it. Now inside this div we have our building icon. So building 2, and this icon have a class name of width 6, height 6. That's it. Now after this div we have another div, and inside this we have h1 with company dot name, and this h1 will have a class name of smaller devices, text to excel, text excel, font bold, and text gray 900. That's it. Now if I go to our project, so here you can see we have our text brag bang, but it doesn't have the spacing, so I think we have some mistake. So this div will be inside here. So now if I hit save, so now it looks good. We have our bank name. Awesome. Then here let's add a comment. So this one is the bank name. Then after this we have the content And here we have a div, and inside this div first we have the key matrix, and here we have another div with class name of margin bottom 8, margin top 8. Then inside this div we have h1 with the text key performance matrices matrix key performance matrix, and this h1 will have a class name of text large, font semi bold, text gray 900, margin bottom 4. That's it. Then we have a div with class name of grid calls 1, in medium screen grid calls 2, then in larger screen grid calls 4 and gap 4. That's it. Now inside this we have another div with class name of bg blue 50, then we have border blue 200 and rounded lg and padding 4. That's it. Now inside this div we have another div with class name of flex items center space x2 and margin bottom 2, and then inside this div we have a user icon, and then we have a span with the text total reviews. The user icon have a class name of width 5, height 5, text blue 600, and the span have a class name of text small, font medium, and text blue 800. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have this box with the text total reviews and the icon just like this one. Awesome. Then after this div we have a p tag with company dot total reviews, and this p tag have a class name of text to excel, font bold, and text blue 900. Now if I hit save, now you can see we have 2 reviews just like this one, and then we have this, and their design is almost similar. So this is our total reviews. Then we have the positive reviews, so I'm going to copy this and paste underneath, and this one will be our positive reviews. And here we are going to change something. So first the bg will be green 50, then border will be green 200, and then here for the icon we're going to use trending up, and here the text will be green green 600, and here the text will be positive reviews, and this one will be text green 800, and here this one will be company dot positive count, and this one will be text green 900. That's it. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see positive previews 1, just like this one, and then we have the percentage of total. So here after this p tag we have another p tag with the positive percent, then the percentage of total, and this p tag have a class name of text small, and text will be green 700. That's it. Now you can see it's the 50% of total, and it looks exactly like this one. Awesome. Next we have the neutral, so I'm going to copy this underneath, and this one is the neutral reviews, and here this one will be, so all the green, so this one will be bg yellow 50, then border will be yellow 200, and for the icon here we are going to use a div, and here the text will be yellow 500 and rounded full, and this one will be text neutral reviews, and this one will be text yellow 800, and then this one will be company dot neutral count, and the text will be yellow 900, and this one will be yellow 700, and here we're going to use neutral percent. That's it. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our neutral review, but here this div, this one will be bg yellow 500. So now it looks exactly like this one. So neutral review 0 and 0% of the total. Finally we have this negative review, so I am going to copy this again underneath, and this one will be negative. If you want you can create a separate component for this, and here this one will be bg red 50, and this one is also red, and here this one we are going to use a trending down icon, and here we do not need the rounded. Here we will have width 5, height 5, and text red 600. Then this one will be negative preview, and this one will be text red 800, and this one will be company dot negative count. This one will be text red 900. This one will also be text red 900, and this one will be -%. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have one negative preview, 50% of the total. Awesome. So the key matrices looks exactly like this one. Next we have this complaint rate analysis. So let's go to our code. So after completing this key matrix, we have our complaint rate analysis, and here we have a div with class name of margin bottom 8. Then inside this we're going to copy the h1 from here and then paste it here. Here the text will be complaint rate analysis. That's it. After h1 we have a div, and then this div have a class name of, we're going to use the template literal, so rounded lg p6, going to use border, and then we're going to use get complaint rate color, and we're going to pass our company dot complaint rate. If it is not exist, then 0. That's it. Now inside this div we have another div with class name of flex items center, justify between, not baseline, justify between, and margin bottom 4. Now inside this div we have a p tag with class name of smaller devices, text will be 3xl, text 2xl, and font bold. And this p tag here we'll have company dot complaint rate dot to fixed 1%. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our complaint rate box with this complaint rate, so 50.0% for this one. Then after this p we have another p tag with the text complaint rate, and this p tag have a class name of text small, font medium, and now if I hit save, this one will be current complaint rate. So now if I hit save, and this is, so here this 2 p tag will be inside a div. So now if I hit save, now it looks good exactly like this one. Awesome. Then after this div we have another div with class name of text right, and then inside this div we have a p tag with class name of smaller devices, text large, text base, font semi-bold. Now inside this p tag we're going to use a dynamic value here, and here we're going to check company dot complaint rate and if it is less than equal to 20, in that case we're going to use excellent. Then we're going to check if company dot complaint rate, if it is not there then we're going to use 0, and if it is less than or equal to 30 then we're going to use good. Otherwise we're going to check company dot complaint rate, and then if it is less than equal to 40 then we're going to use fair, otherwise needs improvement. That's it. So now if I go to our project, so here the current complaint rate is high, 50%, that's why it's a needs improvement. Then after this p tag we have another p tag with the text performance rating, and this p tag have a class name of text small. So now here you can see we have the text performance rating just like this one. Awesome. Next we have the progress bar. So after this div we have another div, and this div have a class name of with full bg grade 200 rounded full and transition all duration 500 millisecond. Sorry, rounded full, then we have height of 3 and margin bottom 2. That's it. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of and here we are going to use template literal and height will be 3 rounded full transition all duration 500 millisecond, and then we're going to check company dot complaint rate 0, and if it is less than equal to 20 if it is less than equal to 20 then we're going to use bg green 500. Then we're going to check company dot complaint rate, and if it is less than equal to 30 then we're going to use bg yellow 500, otherwise bg red 500. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here it's not looking good. So I'm going to cut this. This will be after completing all of this under here. So now if I hit save, and now it's in the correct place, but I think the color is not perfect, because if it is greater than 30%, then it should show the red color. And we have to add some style here also. Let's first add the style. So the style here, the width will be math dot mean, and then we're going to pass the company dot complaint rate 0, comma 100, and then the percentage. That's it. Now if I go to our project, now it's in the halfway, but let's check in the deployed version. So this bank have 100%. Let's make this 50% by adding a positive preview. So share story, positive, this bank, anonymous, good, the story, good. So now if I click here to share story, so the story is submitted. Let's go to the companies, and now this have 50%. Let's click here to view details, and here this should look like this, not this green. So here let's use a bracket, and now if I hit save, now it looks good. Now the problem is for the bracket, and here we use bracket also. So that's it. Now it looks correct, and here it's showing the rate needs improvement, performance rating. Awesome. Then after this div and completing this, we have a p tag with class name of text, extra small, text gray 600. That's it. Now inside this we have a text of industry average 20 to 20, 35%, and then excellent, and then we have a code 20%, good 20 to 30%, fair 30 to 40%. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see the industry average 20 to 35% excellent, then less than 20%, less than 20% is excellent, good 20 to 30%, and fair 30 to 40%. Awesome. It looks exactly like this one. Great. So we completed the complaint rate analysis. After the complaint rate analysis, we will have a review distribution chart. So if I show you the review distribution chart in the deployed version, here you can see this is the chart where we have the positive, neutral and negative review, and we have this progress bar with the percentage. So here we'll have a div with class name of margin bottom 8. Then inside this div we have a h3 with class name of text lg, font semi-bold, text gray 900, margin bottom 4. And then inside this we have a text of review distribution. That's it. Then after the h3 we have a div with class name of bg gray 50 and rounded lg. Now inside this div we have another div with class name of space y4, and then inside this we have another div with class name of flex item center justify between. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of flex items center space x3. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of width 4 height 4 bg green 500 rounded 4. That's it. Then we have a span with the text positive reviews, and this span have a class name of font medium and flex 1 text gray 700. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see the review distribution and the positive reviews, and then here we have the progress bar. So let's add a comment here. This one is the positive reviews. So after completing the span and then this div, we have another div with class name of flex item center and then space x4. Inside this we have a div with class name of width 32 bg gray 200 rounded full height 2. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of bg green 500 height 2 rounded full transition all duration 500 millisecond. And then we are going to add some extra style using the style, and inside this we are going to add the width. The width will be, and we are going to use the positive %, and then dot to fixed 1 and the percentage sign. That's it. So now if I go to our project, so here you can see we have 50% positive rating. That's why it's 50% fill up with the green color. Awesome. Then after this div, we have a pen with class name of text small, font semi-bold, text gray 900, width 12, and text in the right. That's it. And inside this, we'll have positive percentage dot to fixed 1, and then the percentage. Now if I hit save, and now you can see here we have the percentage 50%. Awesome. Next we have the neutral and negative preview. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this positive preview to this portion and paste it underneath, and this one will be for neutral review. So neutral reviews, here we are going to change some things. So first what we are going to change is this color. This one will be BG yellow 500. Then this text here, this one will be neutral reviews. Then we are going to change this background here, and this one will be yellow 500, and here we are going to use the neutral percent, and here also the neutral percent. Now if I hit save and go to our project, here you can see we have our neutral reviews, and here is 0%. Awesome. Next we need the negative review. So I am going to copy this again and paste it underneath, and this one is our negative reviews, and here we are going to change this. So first one we are going to use the BG rate 500, and this one will be rate 500. Here the negative percent, and this one will be negative percent. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so you can see this is, sorry, we need to change this neutral text to negative review. So this one is the negative reviews, neutral reviews, and positive review is 50% fill because we have one negative review. So the review distributions looks awesome, and then we are going to show all the reviews of that company. So here after completing this review distribution chart, we are going to show all reviews. So here we will have a div with class name of margin bottom 8. Then we are going to copy the h3 from here and paste it here, and this one will be all reviews. Now if I go to our project, here you can see this one is all reviews. Then after the h3, what we are going to do is we are going to check if not company dot reviews or company dot reviews dot length is equal to 0, then we are going to use a p tag with no reviews available for this company. That's it. And this p tag have a class name of text gray 600. Then that's it. And then we are going to check if there is a company dot review and company dot reviews dot length. If it is greater than 0, then we're going to use a div with class name of grid calls 1, in large screen we have grid calls 2, gap 6, and margin bottom will be 8. And here we're going to use our company dot reviews dot map, and we will get the individual review. And then we are going to return a review card, and here the key will be review dot id, and the review will be review. That's it. So now if I go to our project, so here it's showing that no reviews available. Why is that? Let's use this. Now let's reload the page. So no review available for this company, but let's console log. So here let's console log company dot reviews, and if I inspect and if I reload the page, so the review is not stored here. So I think there is some error. Let me find the error. So I find the problem, and it's in our backend. So in the review controller, here when we create a story, here we push the reviews, but here we have a spelling mistake. So reviews, this one, now it's correct. So now if I go to our card details, and now if I reload the page, and let's create another story. It's a positive. Just post anonymously. Good bank. Now if I click here to share story, the story is submitted. And now if I go to this Citibank, let's search for this is the Citibank. So this one where we have 1 reviews. So click here to view details. Now you can see we successfully add the review here. Awesome. So for now what happened is our this will not show the reviews because the review is not pushed in their backend. What you can do is you can delete all of your reviews and then start from the beginning. So that's happened when you build a monster project, because now we are developing, so there may be some improvement, some new field. So when you deploy this for your production, you need to delete your all the database, and you have to use a clean database where no reviews are available. But you can see our features working. We can see the reviews for the Citibank. Awesome. So let's go to the one details. This is the Citibank, and here this will show the reviews. So if it has more reviews, it will show here. So this is our details page. So if I inspect, you can see it's also mobile responsive, fully mobile responsive. So our details page is completed. So we completed all of our functionality, our home page, our share story page, review page, company page. Now we need to deploy our project to the live server. For the deployment, to deploy the backend, we're going to use render, and to deploy the frontend, we're going to use Vercel. Before that, we need to push our project in the GitHub. And before that, what I'm going to do is, in the backend, we need to add a git ignore file. So I'm going to copy the git ignore file here. So this is the git ignore file. It will ignore the node module. It will also ignore the build, and also ignore the configuration file to push in the GitHub. So if you want, you can search in the website, in the Google, you will find these types of file. And I will also include this file in the starter file, so you can just copy it. So this will ignore our node module and all the unnecessary thing to push in the GitHub. That's it. Now I'm going to open my GitHub account, and here I'm going to create a new repository, and I'm going to name it bank review backend. So this one is for the backend deployment, and I'm going to make it private repository, and then click here to create repository. Then let's go to our code, and I'm going to stop the backend from running, and then here I'm going to use git init to initialize a git, then git add dot, let's delete the front end for now so you can see it, git add dot to add the file, then git commit -n, and the message is, let's say, first commit. And then what we need to do is, after committing, we need to add this git branch m. So I'm going to copy this and then paste it here, and then add this remote origin, and finally we are going to push our project. So this will push our project to GitHub. So it's completed. So now if I reload the page, here you can see we have our controller, model, route, seeds, utils, git ignore app, and package.json. Here you cannot find the environment file because it's a very important file and we don't want it to show in our GitHub. So that's it. Next, I'm going to open the render dashboard. If you don't have any account, you can create one for free, and you can host your project here for free. So I'm going to sign in with my GitHub, and this is the dashboard. Here I'm going to click here to add new, and then the web service, and here I add my git. So this one, which have the name bank review backend. So I'm going to click here. And name, I don't change the name. If you want, you can change the name. The language is Node, and we do not need to do anything. Here, for the start command, if you remember, we use server.js. So here, instead of node app.js, I'm going to use node server.js, and make sure you make it server.js if you follow my tutorial and if you created a server.js as your entry point. That's it. Now we're going to use the free version, and then we need to add the environment variable here. So I'm going to add from n, and then go to your environment variable and copy all of this and paste it here, and then add variable. So this will add our variable, and here for the node in, we're going to change this to production. That's it. Now we have the port, username, password, and db url. So that's it. Now I'm going to click here to deploy our web service. So the deployment started. Let's wait some time to complete the deployment. So it's completed now. Now we have this URL. So if I click here, you can see status is success and message is just for testing. So let's go to the slash API slash v1 slash reviews slash all. So now if I hit enter, now you can see all of our reviews here as a JSON format. So this is not from our local environment, local setup. It's from the deployed version, deployed in the render. So we successfully deploy our backend to render. Next, we need to deploy our project in Vercel also for the front end. Before that, we need to create another repository for the front end. So here I'm going to click here to create a new repository, and I'm going to name it bank frontend. So it already exists, bank review frontend, and this one will be a private repository, and click here to create repository. Now here I'm going to cd back and cd to frontend, and here the repository is created. So it's created, and here first I'm going to use git init, then git add dot, then git commit dash m first, and then so we completed this 3 step. Then we have this git branch main, and then we have to add this remote origin. So add this remote origin, and finally we are going to push our project. So copy this and paste it here. So this will push our project to GitHub. So it's completed. Now if I reload the page, here you can see we have our front-end code here. Awesome. Next, I'm going to open the Vercel dashboard, and here I'm going to click here to add new project, and here you can see we already have the bank review frontend. So I'm going to import this, and let's have this name. Then we need to add the environment variable. So if I go to our frontend environment variable, here we have this next public backend URL. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here, and make sure here you use the deployed backend. So this is our backend URL. So paste it here and also add slash API slash v1. So just like here, that's it. So this is our environment variable. Now I'm going to click here to deploy. So the deployment started. Let's wait some time to complete the deployment. The deployment is complete. So now if I click here to continue to dashboard, and here we have a URL. Now if I click here, so now it's running in the live server, not in the local environment. Now here we have one problem. So if you go to the reviews, here you can see we have some errors. If I inspect and go to the console, here you can see we have some origin error. So here you can see access control allow origin, and most of the time people face this error. So what we need to do is we need to add this URL, the deployed frontend URL. So I'm going to copy this and we need to add this in our backend app.js. Here, if you remember, we add our local frontend URL here in the course, but we need to also add the deployed one here. So I'm going to paste it here to add the deployed one. Now we need to again deploy this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cd back and then cd to backend, and then I'm going to use git add dot git commit dash m and course fix and then git push. So this will push our newly updated project to the GitHub, and this will automatically start a deployment in our backend also. So if you go to the setting, I think not setting, here you can see the deployment started for the course fix. So it's automatically deploy your project when you update your code and push your updated code in the GitHub. So let's wait to complete this deployment. So it's completed. Now let's go to our front end again. So now if I click here and go to our reviews, and now you can see our reviews here. Awesome. So let's check everything in our deployed version. So let's go to the home. This is our home page. Let's add a story. Let's say a positive story. Let's select a company and let's add a name. For example, John Doe, and let's use bank employee. Let's add good and then add a here very good bank. So now if I click here to share story, the story is submitted. Here you can see the story and all the reviews. The pagination also works perfectly. Let's search for a bank, for example Citibank, and here you can see our company filtering works properly. Then use this positive, this is the all the positive review. Then for the neutral, this is the neutral one. Negative, this is the negative one. So our vibe filtering also works properly. Let's search by review. So let's say food, don't found anything. Let's use good. Now we have the reviews that have good in the review. Awesome. We can use the oldest first. So this is the oldest one, and then we can use the newest one. So all our filtering also works properly. Let's go to the company. So here we have our company list. You can search the company here, like the here you can see by this we have 3 back. Awesome. You can use the complaint rate down or complaint rate up. You can use the total review down and total review up, and you can search for the company. And now here you can see the statistics. Now let's go to the detail page. So this is the details page where we have this, all of this, and the review is not showing because I already explained that we have some typing mistake in our backend. Awesome. So this is our full project. I teach you everything from scratch of how to create APIs in the backend, how to use the API in the front end, and all of this. And finally, I show you how you can deploy your project. So our project is finally completed. And the source code of this project will be given in the description. If you want, you can check this out. And if you have any question related to this project, you can ask me in the comment section. And don't forget to like, share and subscribe our channel for more interesting web development content. And that's it for today. Thank you so much.